Okay, we live. Don't know how we're sounding, but we're live. So, um, yeah, I would have started this ideally at the given time, but as you know, um, timing and obviously, um, yeah, man, timing's not my strongest point, especially when I don't put too much effort into actually, the task at hand. Obviously, right now, you gotta remember, I'm brand new to this. I got my obviously my brilliant host who's usually doing all this. He's the professional, but the professional is not really here, so you know it's me kind of like kicking it off. I like to usually bounce off people and create conversation, and obviously try to, in a way, not change people's thinking, but give them insight and maybe get them to realize certain things for themselves. So big up, Mr. Palu. You know, I got a lot of respect for you. I really do. I'll never take anything away from you. That's the truth. You're an honorable man. Um, there's no question about that. You know, fuck it, I'll just say it, innit? Like me and him had a little, something in the past, and look at him here. He's here, bigging me up, sharing love. And obviously, I've seen this kind of behavior before. I could have nothing but love for him. You know, um, we'd had a heated conversation, and there was an African man actually said to me, Nigerian friend. He said, you know what? Like me and him had a fight. So he said to me, I kind of apologized because I think it was me that was in the wrong. I spoke a bit bad to him, kind of thing. Um, and obviously, he said to me, if you don't have any fire, like if you don't argue, then you're never truly going to have any sort of relationship. Um, Having like an argument or some sort of conflict is what makes you solid. That's what makes you strong. And that's genuinely what I believe. So if I haven't had like a fight with you, and we can't see how we end the war or how we end the beef, then I don't think our relationship is that strong. And I've warred with a lot of people, but I don't hold any feelings. It's like my hate or the way I look at a situation where I've had conflict in the past, I'm willing to move away from that. Obviously, very fast. I had to learn. So, you know, like obviously I keep it real. Like I got some funky family members, and if I was to be sort of like angry or have hate towards certain family members that did me wrong, then that will kind of like be the breakdown of the family. So I forgive very quickly. Even if you think you've had a sticky situation with me, you won't realize the kind of life I've lived. So anything that I can have in these kind of settings is going to be petty, more than petty to me. So that's what I'd like to say first of all, and I guess that's a global apology for anyone that I've offended in the past. Um, Still might offend again. Can't say I won't offend again, but I'm gonna do it in a real way. Does that make sense? I'm not gonna do it in no fake ass way. If I'm gonna attack you, I'm attacking you for something real. So that's where it's at. Um, so yeah, I've been watching the Trill, like been watching Jed's thing. Got to big him up when the show's good, when it's funny. You gotta say it's funny, and you can't be a total hater. If it's good, if it's a vibe, you gotta say it's good as a vibe. Like, let's bring a bit of balance. I think one of Sarah's guys said like, he was talking about yin and yang and balance, and I think he's correct in what he's saying. You can't just slander someone and not have anything good to say about them. So I will say that like quite often I enjoy that show, and or shall I say, I enjoy the panelists especially. You got some crazy panelists that obviously like bring a vibe, bring good energy. Um, yeah, so they're the people I enjoy, those that listen to over on that side. I do think there's been immense amount of hate, like towards me to a certain extent, and yeah, I don't know. Maybe it weren't that bad. You know, I don't actually think any of like the two main guys have any like real any like real. I don't think they care actually. That's what I'm saying. I don't think they give a shit. And if they're the kind of men that I know, then obviously they won't give a shit. They will obviously just like keep it funky, keep it however they're gonna keep it. So that's what that is. So I'm trying to do a little bit of gym while doing the live stream at the same time. The obviously the subject of today, as you can see, is burning holy books. Like, what's the stance on that? And obviously, what brings this subject about is the is what's happening over in Scandinavia, in a sense that you know in Denmark you have a man who's obviously burning the Quran, and this guy is burning the Quran in the street, and as he's burning it, people are like trying to run up to him, they're trying to storm him. They got police there, and obviously the police is they're trying to stop them from getting to the guy who's burning the Quran. The police have basically approved the application to burn the Quran. That was the most disgusting part for me. When I heard that the police had actually approved the application, I said to myself, how could this possibly be? Like, how do we live in a world where the media is telling us, um, like, obviously, you got these hooligans, you got these wild people, these terrorists. They like to use the word terrorist, who are obviously um, taking away our free will. The man has paid for that book. That's his book. So he's legally allowed to burn that as much as he wants. This is the kind of angle they're coming from. This is what the feds are saying. This is what like the feds are approving the application. So because the media was also saying that like police are being injured. All right, so cool. He's burning the Quran, but you're like banging off at police officers. Police are being injured badly. They can't be having that. Like, police are not going to have it, and they're going to shout about it. And there's even situations where police have just banged off with handguns. So like this is what they're doing. This is the kind of battle that Muslims. Um, let's have a look. Big up, Cotton. If it's not the last copy, why care? Are you talking about if it's not the last copy of the Quran? If so, I mean, I think the whole argument that they're putting forward is that they're burning. No. Let's get it right. An individual is burning his own property that he bought and paid for and has got a receipt for. And yeah, I'm swinging about here. I'm swinging about. What am I doing? Um, yeah, like then he should be allowed to burn that. They're saying they're taking our free will. He should be able to burn that. That's his business. That's no one else's business. He wants to burn it, let him burn it. This is what they're saying basically. Just like I don't know how to put it in any other way. They're saying he can burn that all day long. We don't care that it's a Quran. We're gonna protect him if you attack him, and obviously they're gonna attack him. They try to do everything they can to attack the guy who's burning the Quran. What they finally did in like the last Quran burning, they put him on an island. Imagine that. Like they built a stage for him where everyone around him had to sit there and watch as obviously he was burning the Quran. So remember, there's water separating the guy burning the Quran and the protesters. So protesters said, you know what, water ain't gonna stop us. He's burning the Quran. They started swimming, and this is swimming in cold conditions. Like you're talking about like -20 water, and they're swimming to stop the guy burning the Quran. Um, yeah, so it's back and forth. Like I said, I don't think anyone was hit with obviously like a bullet. What I've heard the police hit someone, but obviously like handguns were let off. So I don't know, because this whole argument has obviously come into like homosexuality. Why shouldn't they be allowed to do whatever they want? Like, why should someone put a stop to them? Like, fuck it, innit? Like, let's think deep about this. Let's try to obviously, like, go a bit deeper on this way of thinking. So, like, you got a perfect person. Everything's good about this person. His only defect is that sexual preferences are obviously in a deviating way. That's all he's doing wrong, but he's perfect in every other way. Like, provides for his family. He, is a good man. Yeah. So what I'm trying to say is to get total freedom of speech and to let people have a say and like being free in their way of thinking and doing and what they're consuming. Remember that as well. Like, their spiritual connection with drugs, for instance. I believe that should be a decision that they make, as well as sexuality. Unfortunately, you have to let that go. Religion as well, you have to let that go. You got to let everything go. You got to remember, there's some people out there saying, you know what, I want heroin. That's the one thing I want. So you got to remember, there's people asking for everything. There's people asking for absolutely everything. And if we just let people live, I've actually heard that nowadays we're stuck in one of the worst spiritual errors we've ever been in because of the war on drugs. Um, the way they're basically pushing to try, get everyone to stop consuming and, demonizing it, it's taken away from people's, mental freedom to be able to do as they choose, etc. Um, so basically, what I'm trying to say, in all aspects of life, this is this is how it is. Like, I think you just got to let it go. Let people do whatever they want to do. That's got to be the rules. Let people do whatever they want to do. That's my take on it. Um, yeah, I've got to move around a little bit now. I'm gonna try and obviously see if I can do some weights while I'm on here. So I don't know if you lot got the gist of it. That's what's going on. They're burning the Quran and they're basically, yeah, they're just saying we're allowed to do it. And if anyone touches the guy or if anyone's against it, then like there'll be big problems for you because he's doing something that's totally legal. There's nothing illegal about his actions. He's burning his own property in a safe way. They've even looked at like barbecue and like, fire outside laws, and he's not even breaking them. Like, he's doing everything properly. And he's made an application to do it, which has been approved. And you send that application to the police. So, and then you're being slapped in the face with the information that, these actions were wrong of the protesters to be fighting when a holy book was being burnt. Personally, my take on the situation, it's difficult. It's difficult. I'll be honest, because like me myself, I wouldn't protest because someone's burning the Quran. If someone's burning the Quran, even if I was the most like down Muslim, I was like, doing everything right. I believed in the religion fully without any shadow of a doubt. I still wouldn't go down there, and many Muslims didn't go down there to protest. In fact, most of them didn't. So we can't take this small pocket of individuals that went down there as a representation of everyone of the faith. So that's where I'm at. I personally wouldn't go. More Muslims stayed away than actually went by, you know, shockingly high figures. So that should show already the mentality of most Muslims. No one went. So yeah, that says it all really. Um, and I think it kind of comes down to, should we be allowed to do just anything? Whatever we choose to do, we should be allowed to do. That's kind of what I'm getting at. All right, I'm having to pick up this phone. can just see what's going on a bit. Um, let's have a look. What are we saying? Sorry, I'm not ignoring anyone here whatsoever. I'm just trying. The intention was fully to try do a bit of training, but like Shifa and people like that, they're a lot better at this co-hosting. Like me, honestly, I don't know anything. I don't know a single thing. I've just about managed to turn this on. So, and I don't care about knowing every little detail either. There's people out there that do know it. Um, they can do their thing. But let me try read the chat now. Okay. No, we shouldn't be allowed to do anything. Okay. Direct disagreement. So what's the reason for your direct disagreement? Explain it. Let's see. Let's see if you can change my mind um, right now. Let's see. Because you might have a point. You know, you might have a point. But I personally think the only way you're going to get to a place where what you're asking for, um, them needs are being met, is if you're prepared to have other people in that same position. You have to see if their needs um, can be, if they can be met. And then um, obviously, they're the kind of questions that you need to be asking. I told you a clear example. There'll be people out there asking, okay, I want to be able to have loads of women in a relationship and I want them to look like X, Y, Z. And yeah, that's how he likes to live his life. Um, that's how he likes to live his life. Might be other people coming in asking for, you know, um, yeah, like whatever in it. Like you can imagine all the things people want. So if people are not allowed to do, okay, let's see. For example, let's have a look. Okay, yeah, yeah. Where would we be exactly? I would say where we might be if the whole world was hooked on heroin. Where we might actually be is a place where we'll definitely be calm. Like the morphine would definitely have people calm. It'll put people in a very sleepy state, extreme spaced out sleepy state. Um, you're almost not even in touch with like your surroundings. Like you can't feel anything. That's the truth. Like you don't care about life anymore. Or listen, there's another side. I've also seen some people stuck on heroin. They're living their best life. I knew a guy, he had the newest Merc, convertible as well, taking the piss, hard top, folding the whole roof. But little did you know, he's hooked on heroin, you know. So, and he's a baller. He's a complete baller. Got like big yards, everything. But the only little thing is like he's hooked. And I remember I used to say to him, oh, I beg you, let me borrow your car. Oh, please let me borrow your car. He never gave me like the car. He could see I was like, a little shit at the time. He said, no, I'm not giving, this guy my car sort of thing, even though he's supposed to be the heroin addict. So there, we possibly have a heroin addict smarter than me, outsmarting me. So he's definitely doing better, better in life than me. He's, at that time, or probably even still now, he's probably still alive. Um, he was living a very good life. And I've seen a few ballers like that. I see one Iranian guy. He had a shop. I'm not going to tell you the exact location of the shop, but let's put it like this: it was in London. It was it was a pizza shop. It made a lot of money. It was in a nice area, and he owned it. And certain times I would see him sitting there with like 40 grand, 50 grand, and he was hooked. So I don't know. I don't know. I've seen a lot of that shit. And obviously I've seen some people down and out. So I don't know if that answers your question on how the world would be X, Y, Z if people hooked. That could just be one example. Calm. It'd be extremely calm. That's the thing. When you see people on the street and they're acting erratic or anything like that, that's not a heroin addict. A heroin addict is the person who just walks past you quietly or sits on the bus and you don't even notice they're on. Don't think that every single person is like, oh, they got to take crack and heroin. No, that's not how it works. It's like you might just be hooked on one, and that might just be who you are. Um, so I hope that put a bit of, you know, that put a bit of clarity to it. And, because you got to remember, like, I was exposed to a lot growing up, you know, the area I grew up in, it was happening outside my house. So it was in your face. Um, you had people shitting around the corner of the house. You had people sleeping on your doorway. I remember I caught a person sleeping on my doorway. Um, I just immediately started kicking the person. But then after, I could see how like skinny the person was. So I said, you know what? Um, I feel a bit bad kicking them. And there were like so many cigarettes that were there, kind of thing, outside the door. And I'm just thinking, how could you have been smoking outside my door? So you not only slept the night, you were smoking continuously outside my door. And was that smoking like a way for you to, you know, I don't know, like if someone was walking past and you was there smoking to make people think, oh, maybe she does live there when, when you slept on my doorstep. So yeah, I don't know. That's the kind of shit I've seen. Yeah, exactly. Caught up in the fetal position. Yeah. No, you can't say he's a one in a mil. He's not though. That's what I'm saying to you. I'm telling you of a few examples. I even knew a mum. She was, yeah, she was a mum. Yeah, big up. Yeah. So she had her family and whatnot. She had her family. Yeah, that's a bit better. Yeah, she had her family. She was looking after her family. There weren't no, there weren't no issues there. Um, yeah, and she was a good mum. What more can I say? She was a good mum. Her kids were always like clean, well kept, and she was always fine, but she was hooked. So I don't think we can really be too hard on her. She was trying her best. I don't know how she got hooked. She might have been hooked coming off prescription medication. So originally she might have been on prescriptions, and then all of a sudden now she's become hooked um, somehow. Um, I've seen that happen a lot. There's still some traditions, like I think it was a North Cyprus, North Cyprus guy, and he basically said to me that they used heroin as part of his growing up. They would just have it, the same way a family might have Vaseline in the house, and if they need to use it, even to the extent of dabbing small children in the mouth, like dabbing them in the mouth with it. So, I mean, this guy is probably today about 60 years old. A guy who obviously told me this story, and he grew up a kind of like a mountain life. So he probably see a lot. He probably see people come to his country. He probably see people try to like, you know, bring it out of his country. He see people make money from it. Um, so yeah, they definitely knew what it was, or maybe it could have just been an old tradition, like people Um, you know, people just used it like medicine, like a paracetamol. They would just give whoever needed it a dab, and that's what he kind of told me. So I don't know. This is why the whole war on drugs, and I think it's just a joke, to be totally honest. Um, it don't make no sense. Like all of these things are used in obviously like pharmaceutical products, because we're not talking about ban the product. We're keeping the product very close to home. Like every single person here in the chat, at some stage you probably consumed morphine in a form of, you know, the strongest painkiller or the ultimate painkiller. Or if you had an operation or broke a bone, then you've definitely had this product in your body. I know myself, I would have had some because I've had the, leg breaks and arm breaks, so I would have had some. And I even remember, not to get graphic, but coming off it, like you're clogged up. Like what you're trying to pass is like stone, and that's what it does to your body. Um, yes, it's a very good painkiller, but I might say next time, just go with the pain. Just use the pain and don't kind of shy away from it, because all that medicine they're putting in you is no good. This is why with like women giving birth and stuff like that, when you're asking for epidural and they're not bringing you one, or they're making an excuse saying, oh, the doctor's away, or they're saying some shit, that's because they don't want to give it to you if they don't have to. Why do they want to put an injection in your spine if they don't have to? That's a big ass injection they're putting in your spine, and that's just tapping you out, taking away all pain sensation. And that's when, you know, obviously you tear and all other complications happen. So I've actually seen, um, I've experienced when obviously a woman's giving birth, and you know, there's a stage where she's asking for epidural, but she's not getting none. And I realized straight away, because like I was there. If I wanted to, I could have hotted them up and said, go get it. But I never got involved because I could tell that they're just making her do it without. And then when she does it without, she'll be a lot better off, faster recovery, no medicine in the feeding, the feeding process. So, and funnily enough, um, like the tearing was absolutely minimal because of being in control and knowing pain threshold and not just ignoring your body's signals. So I don't know. That's obviously morphine, or heroin, whatever you want to call it, uh, broken down. It's the same thing if it comes in a pharmaceutical way or if it comes off the streets. And there's not to say that the street one might be safer if used properly. So you can make what you will of that. And yeah, so I've obviously left you lot with a bit of information on freedom of speech, because a lot of people try to, they try to ask the question, what is total freedom of speech? What is it? Is it um being allowed to, I personally, if you ask me, I just think it's stupid. I think personally, as long as you're not really offending anyone, you should be allowed to do it. Or you might even be allowed to offend people to a certain extent. Why should you not be able to offend people? I would say a new phrase would be invading on their space. If you're trying to like come up on their territory, then obviously you're invading on their space, and if they choose to attack you, then that's your business. Um, that's the way. That's the way I'm looking at the situation. Like, yeah, it's simple. It's simple, and I can give an example. So, um, basically, big up also as well. Big up, all the people doing their thing. Um, other obviously like people on YouTube. Um, like my kind of settings are that if you truly say you want to build together and you don't want to be enemies, then don't you need to act like someone who wants to build together and not have enemies? Because if we're looking at you and all we're seeing is you surrounded by enemies, then we're thinking to ourselves, like, hang on a minute, like something's wrong with this thing. I'm an enemy with this guy. He's got loads of other enemies. What's going on? You know, I don't really, I don't really get that. So yeah, that's obviously like one way of looking at it. It's obviously one way of looking at it. But yeah, so I was speaking to you know, if you lot go over to Jed's channel, you'll see um, the lady that was on there. It's funny because where I don't really go over there. I can't go over there. I go on other places. So I've obviously gone on this whole Trinity time travel. I've gone on that show, and yeah, it's like you lot know me. The people that know what I'm like, I'm kind of like hot headed, and I feel like she's getting a bit rude. So I'm just like showing her like you're a bit of a dickhead, kind of like not in a rude way, but it just kind of it went the other direction because um, I think my ego gets in the way, sometimes. Sometimes, obviously, like the way my ego just attacks people, I can't let things lie. I think that's my problem. Um, if I feel like I gotta, you know, come at someone or say something to someone in a certain way because I feel like they're chatting shit or I feel like they're trying to mug me off, I'm gonna show them straight away. Nah, it's fuck you. It's definitely, fuck you back in every kind of way. Um, yeah, there's no question about that. Um, but I don't really mean it. I don't really mean it in a bad way. It's not like I hate you kind of thing. Oh, this is like a bad way. No, that's not how it is. It's just that at the time, I'm kind of just like hotting you. That's kind of how it is, sort of thing. So that's that situation. So actually, everyone was saying that they get into an argument, and maybe she's just fiery. Maybe she's just fiery. I think she should be allowed to be fiery. There's nothing wrong with that. Um, big her up if she's got a fieriness. That what more can I say? But the problem is I'm the same. I'm maybe a bit fiery as well. So obviously, me and you might not see eye to eye. Um, we did initially see eye to eye when we first obviously had an interaction. The topic was religion, and that was obviously a good conversation. But I think where your energy was off, where you was talking like mad, you was talking about putting things on my head and all of this, and now I can't be listening to that. I can't be listening to that. You saying, what did you say? You want to spread them over my head? Nah, man. Um, no, I didn't like it when you said that, and that's why you had to ask me. Oh, do you get offended when I say that? And I didn't really respond because, yeah, it's a little bit offensive. You know, like that's not how it goes. That's why I said to you, yeah, when it's my turn, it's gonna be a madness because, yeah, if that's your turn, then obviously my turn has to come, and that was my reply, kind of thing. Um, Either way, it broke into an argument, and I didn't really argue, but it was more like I weren't having it. And where certain people think, oh, you know what, I'll go have my say, they have to accept um, whatever I say. I can't always be cool with it. Certain times I have to be a bit, you know, anti that kind of thing. Okay, let's have a look. What am I doing here? I don't even know what I'm doing here. Okay. Big up, bro. Yeah, you're there. You're live. What you saying? Imagine I didn't even know he was there. I didn't even look at my phone. That's how shit I am.
Yo, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. I can hear you, bro. You cool? Anyway, he's here. I apologize. I didn't even see him sitting there in the waiting room. Let's see. We got Sosa here. Is she dissing me? Is she blessed with me? Let's see. Look, Sosa, I'm sorry for what I said to you before. Whatever I did, I'm sure I did something bad, and I apologize. What more can I say? You've got my humble apology. Like, there's no hatred towards you. I hope you never thought that. And between us was ever so petty. Like, that's the thing. Like, I was trying to get across. It was like, a few like back and forth a little bit. That was it. So minor. Big you up. I think anywhere you go, I will obviously like support that. There's no questions asked in that sense. Um, anyway, let's see. What were you asking me? I was just walking around, and see that's the thing. I was just walking around, and I weren't really even looking at you know at anything. So I don't get this. I don't really understand this. Okay, let's have a look. Let's have a look here.
Yo, what? Can you hear
I'm
me? Yeah.
gonna see if I can obviously do. Yeah, I can hear you. Let's see if I can do this.
Well, I'll go on,
I don't
shit.
know how to do this. Yeah, yeah, you're there, bro. I was trying to sort out everything. You know what we spoke about.
Yeah, yeah, that was
So
weird, man.
I'm no expert. That's all I'm saying. Yeah, definitely.
It's weird, boy. People,
Yeah, bro.
people moving on these YouTube streets different now, man.
Yeah, they are. They are very different.
Do you think you know
Boy,
what it is though?
extremely
Yeah,
different. I think.
I think some people are under some amount of pressure, man. You know, when they give it with a big talk about
Yeah,
how they're almighty and I don't get in
yeah,
fights no more. I don't do this no more. I've changed my direction now. You know what I mean? All that fucking was, bro. And then they go right back to fucking their usual same self. But so it go. You get me?
yeah. Fully agree, bro. But you know something, like from me, genuinely, there
Yeah, I don't even know if I'm
to a
cutting
certain
out, man.
extent affect. No, you're perfect. You're perfect. You're absolutely perfect.
Uh.
No, mm.
Can you hear me? Yeah.
I can hear you, bro.
Oh, I thought you was talking, G. Hey, stop talking.
Yeah, bro. I was just listening to you.
But yeah, now, man, I've just been chilling out, bruv. Literally,
Yeah, bro.
literally.
You like the headset, like the
Yeah, it's
Bluetooth
live,
headset.
man. Hey, did you finish off that garage
Yeah.
that he's doing?
Of course I did. It looks banging now.
Jeez.
It's got doors, everything.
Come
Yeah,
on, bro. Come on, bro.
of
Hey, it's
course.
nice,
Maybe
man,
we
that you
can
done
go
that.
there later on tonight.
Yeah, yeah,
Yeah, maybe we can go there later.
yeah, man.
Yeah.
But you know what's good though, Sugar.
Yeah.
Hey,
I'm smoking roach, bro. I'm smoking roach. What do you want me to do? Like, it's pure in it, but it's roach. Like, it is what it is. I ain't wasting it. Yeah, bro.
well, clip that, yeah.
Mm.
Yeah, I got a nice little bit, man.
Yeah, bro.
Always gotta make sure I got a little bit of my green when I come home. You get me?
And the funny thing is, Yeah, of course. And the funny thing is, there's people in the chat asking about what's my views on certain things.
Hey, all I know is what's Irie auntie coming after me for the other day, man? Running up
I
to
don't know what happened, bro.
running over to daddy in it, talking a whole heap of was, man.
Yeah,
Saying natty this and natty that and natty. I'm like, bruh, who's this? How much she getting paid to be like? What's that parcel? What do you call them
I
parcel
know.
people? DHL in it now. What's them parcel people called? UPS in it.
That's DHL, bro.
Fucking hell. Because they're international, in it. Them UPS people, yeah, they get about
Of
in it.
course,
That's what she's like, you know,
they do.
running from one person's channel to go tell him. Not even him,
But
like,
brother,
not
doesn't,
even him, like, no, like himself. Not
bro.
even him, like somebody runs over to go. Oh, guess what happened, Daddy?
Yeah,
Fucking hell.
of
You
course.
know what they say, man? News travels
Yeah, but
fast.
it does.
Eh?
But
You're
don't you realize
fast.
that's
She's
some
fast, boy.
yeah, that's
Nah,
some
she's
yeah,
fast.
it gone. Of course, no, but you see, like you gotta look at it deep, yeah. Like that's some mental health there. Like if you keep repeating the same thing, something's not right in your head. Like, and I'm not gonna lie, I've seen a little bit of this energy. You know this seven brother.
Mm.
Like, yeah. So it's
Yeah,
like,
yeah, yeah.
bro, like you're trying to tell me no, but it's like you're trying to tell me I'm supposed to hate this guy, but I
Yeah,
don't
I
hate
know.
the guy like that. Like we were bros at one stage. At one stage we were bros, and maybe like I still remember them days. Does that make sense?
Yeah. But look, it is what it
Yeah.
is, bro. Like I was saying to you, bro, yeah, like
Yeah.
no matter what you say, I don't even know any girls who sent me photos like that. Like a big grown man on the bed
No.
with his black like
Ah, we're
bro.
taking. Yeah, yeah,
Hey, and you know what? Yeah,
yeah.
Chilla yesterday, he was like, "Who
Unfortunate.
took the picture?" Chilla goes, "Oh, daddy, who
That's
took the
mad.
picture?" And daddy went
That's
mad, you
mad.
know. Bro,
Yeah,
daddy went mad at them yesterday, you know. Daddy went in,
yeah.
bro. And then
Hey,
and
but nay, you see like now, people will say that we're gunning him. You know that, and
I am
like
gunning him.
this
That's
is
what
like
he
the
does
kind of
all
feel.
day,
Yeah,
bro.
obviously I know you are gunning him. I know
I
you're
know,
gunning him. I know
bro.
you're
He
gunning
said
him,
like
but
I
I'm
heard
just
like
saying,
4 or 5 days ago that he got me.
yeah,
That's how like so oh straight
uh,
and that little
yeah. So you're just gunning him
auntie.
back.
See, I have to like even when I
Yeah,
was saying to Seven in Seven's chat, like auntie, yeah, because she's an auntie at the end of
yeah.
the day, man. I gotta show her some respect, even if she might be
Aren't
going on
yeah.
man.
Of
But
course,
that's
of
how I was
course.
brought up. You know what I mean? With your elders, you have to call them auntie
Yeah,
and uncle. Yeah, you have to show them respect.
of
But
course.
boy,
Yeah, it can't
allow
behave
me,
like no
man.
animal.
Yeah, I don't know what.
Yeah,
Bro, she's been there on Shifa. She's been there on that next guy. I think even you as well, innit?
yeah.
And then she's all like,
No, she never tried it with me. I can't. No, I can't
mm,
lie. She never tried it with me. She always kind of like try respecting me because when she try to get fresh, I put her in her place straight away. So I just showed her it's shellings or it's whatever you want with it, but don't take me for no dickhead. And obviously
yeah, yeah,
that's how that was. That's how that was. Yeah,
yeah.
yeah, boy. Like music to my ears. Like that's what happened. So I can't say that she done that. She never. In fact, she tried to stick up for me. She used to like big me up a lot. She
Yeah,
did
she used
actually
to
used
be
to
a
big
little
me up
bit
a lot.
cool until she realized that
Yeah,
unless the host is cool with you, then you know
yeah.
you can't be you can't be cool. You know what I'm saying?
I'm gonna have to agree with you, and it's such a shame. But if you're
It's
speaking
such a
truth, I
shame,
gotta say
man.
you're speaking truth.
Such a shame.
Yeah,
I just
yeah.
can't be one of them
It
people
is,
just
but
to
to a
be
certain
like I've got a
exactly.
dad, innit? I've got a dad, and like
Yeah. Thank you.
even if I speak
Yeah,
out like against what my dad thinks, sometimes he's like, you know what? All right, son,
yeah,
I respect your wish. Like he don't go on like this nature boy free god
yeah.
thing, bruv.
No. Ah, nah. you know what? Basically, let's just put it like this, yeah. Um, like obviously, first of all, I hear what you're saying, and like for anyone that's in doubt, he's trying to show you that like certain people, you can't have an opinion. You have to have your opinion, or is an outright war. That's how you were then. Maybe you're different now, because this whole outright war thing is a bit like, all right, cool. I don't want to have a war with you, but like, shit, I got a different opinion. Is that
Yeah,
such a big deal? Kind of thing.
yeah. But I
And
respect him
that's
though. You
kind of
know
like
what?
all it was.
I do respect their daddy. Yeah,
Yeah,
I do respect him. It's just that you're not gonna be my daddy. You get me? Like I know who my
exactly.
dad is.
You hit the nail on the head.
I'm not on here to
Yeah,
be a yes man and be yes, yes,
yeah.
yes, and I follow the crowd, bro.
Unfortunately,
And just because one day you wake
yeah,
up in
you're
the
right.
morning,
You're
and
right.
like, bro, like, what happened to daddy the other day when he's like, I've changed my mind about
Yeah,
homosexuality and all that.
yeah,
So
exactly.
all this time, yeah, he's been
Uh,
banging on
in
about
case you lot are
rainbow.
wondering, we've seen this behavior happen.
Shit,
He's
bro.
talking about Nature Boy. Like Nature Boy has done this. Nature Boy has just switched it up on people. You understand? Like, so
Mm.
yeah,
But the worst thing about it is, yeah, is like my guy is talking about how he's changed his mind about all this rainbowness and all that, and that if he had the choice
yeah,
between his son and all this and blah blah blah. Now all the people in, well, let's say all the children in the chat now are like, oh yeah, I never thought like this before. I'm like, man, shut up. Ah yeah, if it wasn't for you to show, like, fuck me, yeah. Does it take like this one guy, yeah, for people to actually realize there's fucking people around the world that fucking do different shit, yeah? But we not mind what them do, yeah, because at the end of the day, bro, it's been around, didn't it? Yeah. And
yeah,
I'm not even saying that these people need uh my what's it, blessing for them to carry on do what they're doing, yeah. It's you do what you do, I do what
yeah.
I do, and not spend half my YouTube life on there calling other people gay and all this shit. Yeah, "Oh, he's gay. We gay. We gay today. Everything gay,
Yeah,
gay."
that's dead.
And then you've got the most gayest
That's dead.
pictures online, bro. Like, bro, you can't. Geezer,
That's
geezer,
dead.
geezer, geezer. You know what? Yeah, like,
Yeah,
imagine you sent like a girl a selfie like that. Like she's there getting
yeah.
ready, and then next
So
thing
you
she
know, all
sees,
right. Let me
allow
just chop
it.
up. You see, like now, obviously, I know, Natty. I see what you're doing. You're shelling right now. You're absolutely.
What am I doing, bro?
That's
What
what
am I
you're.
taking the piss? Yeah, I'm
You're
taking the
firing
piss.
shots.
But you know what
No,
though,
no, no,
yeah?
no, no. The
No,
thing
but
is, you're
no, but
obviously
shook,
speaking
shook, shook.
facts at the
Now
same
I
time. But
understand. Now I
yeah,
understand why man was invested in my boxer
yeah.
shorts so much. Because imagine if you've got to go up on the
Stop
stage,
it.
yeah. So I stop that. Nah, fuck it. Yeah, imagine just going up on the stage, yeah,
Yeah,
and yeah,
yeah,
yeah. I can imagine them
yeah,
buggy smugglers, them. He'd probably say,
yeah,
oh, well, back in the days I was using it. Well, when I was bodybuilding to show off my
yeah.
physique, and when you turn around, it looks like a phone, so that's why. But you weren't bodybuilding, bro. You were doing some other thing, bro.
It's a madness.
Yeah.
Madness. Yeah.
No, all this hurt
Mm.
and anger
Yeah.
and
What more can
this,
I say? Yeah.
just let it go, bro, and
Yeah.
let everybody else be how they need to be in it.
Yeah.
Like you're not the acceptance
Hmm.
of what is needed to be acceptable. You get me? But that's just
Yeah.
how it is, man.
That's
Like,
a
I
fact
noticed
still.
it's come up
Yeah.
quite a bit, man. Even what's his name?
Yeah.
Shahid. Like, Shahid's like, oh, you want to talk
Yeah.
about me with cats and all this, but this is the evidence. There's no evidence with me and a cat or whatever. I don't know, but it is what it is, isn't it, man?
Yeah. Yeah. To be honest with you, obviously my take on it, right about now, I'm just gonna bun my thing, and then I'm just gonna have to reason on the whole. I'm just gonna have to give a ruling on the whole, like what my side of it is. I don't know, because I think part of growing is accepting what some of the things you said, like you're talking the truth. There's no way a man can grow unless he accepts that he has to take some of what you were saying, even if he wants to explain himself as truth. Um, I think that's a hard pill to swallow. Um,
Nah. What do you
so
think that
that
is? A
that would
red
be my
pill?
take on
What's that? Red pill, innit?
it.
Fucking-
Oh shit! Oh, Yogo
Nah,
Flame.
nah, I'm good.
uh do you know
Not,
what it is?
not
I'll
if
be
I'm gonna
honest with
act
you.
like
I
that.
try to come on a like a respectful vibe, but it's the bit like it weren't gonna be that. You know, for certain man. I don't know. I don't know what to say really. Basically, all I'm saying to you, and I don't fucking hate the guy. Does that make sense to you? I don't hate the guy to that extent.
Yeah,
Um,
yeah, yeah.
like for me, like it's dead now, innit? Like it's dead. Like I don't care no
Nah,
more.
you've never been like that
You
type
take
of
the
person,
piss
bruv.
out of
Come on,
me. Yeah, it's like I'll move on. You know.
yeah. But like I said, yeah, this YouTube streets is for you to like come back. Like, if you want to talk about me, feel free, bro. Like, if you think this is for you, but I don't know if I mentioned any names. Have I
Hmm?
mentioned any names? I
I
ain't
don't know.
mentioned no
No, you
names, have I?
haven't. Yeah, you mentioned
Maybe I
Nature
have.
Boy.
Maybe
You
I
mentioned
don't know,
Nature
guy.
Boy.
But
You said Nature
if
Boy.
this is for you, if this is for you,
Nature Boy's got
this
the biggest name. Mm.
if you're a
Mm.
cult leader yourself and you feel like, eh,
God damn.
you feel like you're a bit controlling, erratic behavior, got some postnatal depressant fucking past that you're trying to bury, then, but I get you, bro. You know what I
Yeah.
mean?
So,
I might even change my name and start putting at the end of my name in it now. You know what I'm saying?
oh shit. I mean, true. At the end of
Nah,
is that what you're saying? Is that what you're saying? Man, hey, when do you think? See, like, when do you think
I'm
man
good,
like
bro.
motion? Like, let's get man like motion. You know, come here, show us a bit of love, man. Like, let's speak to you. Let's find out what you're
Motion
dealing
Shifter's
with.
boy, man.
You know, yeah. Let's find out what you're on. You know.
Well, he ain't on backing up Schiffer, that's for sure, bro. Like Schiffer come here, brought him
Nah,
here.
not really.
He's like, this is my brethren Motion. Look after him, yeah. Everyone look after him.
Mad
And then he
thing.
comes back. He's like, "Where's my brethren Motion?" And his Motion's just ready to shoot him, bro. Motion's like, as soon as he walks through the door, I'm gonna shoot him. Yeah, I'm gonna shoot him. Like, bruv, you know them KP man, bruv. Jump on the bandwagon, innit? You know what I mean? You're gonna back your boy, bruv. You back your boy. Don't back strangers.
No, you're right. You're fully right, bro.
You know what I mean? And especially how you see other
Disagree.
people go on,
Basically,
like, you know what?
yeah, yeah.
Maybe your boy would have been about a little bit more, like, if you'd have backed him a little bit, because they would have had to deal with you. But because
Basically,
it,
all right. For this, I feel like you can explain yourself for the people that don't know. I feel like that what you're saying there has to be said. What he's basically saying in not so many words, he's saying one of the guys who obviously, you know, Mr. Jedi deals with, um, you left the man, innit? When it came to the crunch, like you weren't there. You sort of just made your escape and left the man. And unfortunately, that got caught on camera. It's like that kind of moist behavior. It was caught on camera. Like people can see you, like telling people that you're Muslim. You know, just to not get beaten up by Muslims.
oh, what you talking
So
about the day in the park?
I don't know.
Oh, allow it, bruv.
Mm,
Allow it, bruv. Allow it, bruv. Allow
yeah,
it, allow it, allow it,
that's
allow it,
bad.
allow it, allow it, allow it.
That's mad. And
How
listen,
you gonna,
obviously, we've
like,
had
bro?
like
When I
you and
watched that
me,
video,
bruv.
yeah,
With
my
yes,
guy's at the back of the queue,
it's
you
a
know.
mad thing.
My guy's well at
It's
the
a
back
mad
of the
thing.
queue chatting.
It's a
He's
mad
like,
thing.
yeah, you do know I'm a Muslim and all this.
Yeah.
Oh, really? Well, what
General
about your brethren there
Sniper,
getting
your
roughed?
guy, your guy, General Sniper.
Yeah, man.
It's deep like that.
Different energy though, man. They're like these smaller guys that they like to pick on. Ah, he's like them little Nicky guy, man.
I'm not
What's
rating them.
that? I'm not rating that, man. But when you got man
Mm,
like Ards in your boat, nothing for Ards. Like, wait a minute, wait a minute, wait a minute.
yeah.
Just the other day, yeah, I see Ards and obviously Maku, yeah. And Maku's all like, yeah, 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 this and that. But when you was at the park that day, there wasn't none of that talk there, bro. It was all
Thank you.
chapters.
This is unfortunate. Hey, nah, this is unfortunate. I'm telling you now. You know, in like certain situations like that, like I'm
No,
banging
this is
people over. You
fortunate
know,
that I saved
I'm setting
my
pace.
PayPal donations,
Like,
bro. Now this is fortunate that I saved my hard earned money, yeah. Not for people to be bunning my to be I'm paying motherfuckers to take the piss out of try and take the piss out of me online, yeah. I think I'm gonna be,
yeah,
yeah, yeah, I'm cool with that, yeah.
yeah,
And what, bang green all day? Get out of it, bro. Get out of it, bro. I ain't one of them minions, bro. Know what I mean? I'm not really
yeah.
good at licking ass. I've never been good at it, bro. I just don't know how these people online do it, but I'm just not good at it. I fail, bro. You know what I'm saying? I fail miserably at that shit, bro. And
Yeah.
pretty sure, like, nowadays, you know what I mean? Like, if it ain't worth saying it, yeah, then don't say it, innit? That's my motto, yeah. If it's not worth saying it, don't say it. But the minute you're gonna say it, yeah, or start putting somebody's name in it or something like that, you know they're gonna come. Yeah, and if you don't want a reaction or if you don't want
Yeah.
someone to make a review, don't say it. Like I say, they could chat shit. They could clip this, dip this, sit this. I don't give a fuck.
Yeah.
Only because I know it will
Yeah.
hurt them because what I'm saying is true, bro.
You're talking truth still. Like,
And don't forget,
to
bro,
a
I'm
certain
only
extent,
38.
like,
I'm still a young buck, bro. These
yeah.
men, like, bro, they're on their pension in what,
Yeah.
5 years' time? Bro, how,
Yeah.
bro,
Yeah.
imagine, yeah, I'm a granddad, yeah, and I'm still walking around
Mhm.
like roadman. Can you
Yeah.
imagine that?
It's a madness. It's a
It's a madness,
madness.
bro.
Yeah.
Can you imagine if you go to
Yeah.
pick them up from school, yeah, you'll blend in.
I hear you, bro. Yeah.
Mazza, bro.
Yeah.
Fucking hate him, man, bro. So I know what it is, bro. I knew it was all fake from day one, bro. But obviously,
So
me, I just keep it
obviously,
real,
let's
man.
let's talk let's talk about this then. What are you saying? What are you saying about someone not backing it? Like, because me and you had a conversation, and obviously we both said like we're not. This is not like no gas in front of everyone. This is a conversation between two people. Like clearly said like if we were there, like we're setting pace. Like of course I'm backing it. It's like so you don't know what kind of man like you're surrounding yourself with. Like certain people like me in that situation, I would have backed it regardless. If
Yeah, but
we
bro,
go down
bro,
banging.
he's
So
too afraid. He's afraid of getting
like
kicked
that's
off
the
the channel,
mentality
bro.
that
That's what it
that's
is.
how I'm coming in.
Nah,
And
bro,
you got
he's
certain
one of them
people there,
people.
cowardice,
Yeah,
lying,
yeah,
saying,
the
"Oh,
cowards, man.
obviously this is like I'm religious." Like that's a madness. That is a madness, isn't it?
Yeah, the cowards, bro. Rather just lick ass, mate. Oh yeah, yeah, daddy. Oh yeah, daddy. Oh, I never thought about that, daddy. Oh yeah, daddy. Yeah, daddy. Yeah. Fucking sick of it, man.
Yeah. But maybe let me give you this view. Let me give you this view as well. Let me try to be a bit fair. Maybe if you ask Iron Man, he might have been saying to himself, The reason I never backed it for him is because I never thought I knew him that good at that time. Because that was early relationship. Does that make sense?
I mean, bro, he's the one who
So
brought him
maybe
to.
Maku's
He's the one
real
who brought him
answer
around
might
the
be,
YouTube.
yeah. Obviously I know, but he might say I weren't rating him like that. Like, so what? I weren't rating him. That might be his answer. And if that's his answer, then I have to respect that answer. Because that's what you'd be saying now. You'd be saying, I'm not saving him. I'm not saving him if something happened in that kind of way. I have to let him go, kind of thing.
Mm.
You know? Yeah. So, like, I'm not even breaking sweat for my man. Does that make sense?
Bro,
You see how
my
you see
man
how it's
jumped.
spun
Listen,
now?
even the
It's
same
spun
my
now.
man jumped.
Yeah.
Even the same my guy jumped on next man's beef. Yeah, try and tell me about.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I'll take your girl. I'm like, bruv, how fucking old are you about take my girl, bruv? Fucking, well,
Yeah.
you're sloppy seconds and all that. What we doing that here, bruv? Fucking
Exactly.
retail therapy, mate.
That's madness.
Fucking
He said,
mental
wait, hang
illness,
on a minute. Did he say it to you as well? Did he say
bruv.
it to you as well?
Bro, he
Take your
said
girl.
it, bruv. I was like, bro, with all this, ain't you got a girl, bro? She's sitting here, you sitting here, I'm gonna take next
Sexual
man's girl.
deviation.
The
Brother,
bookie,
that's
bro.
sexual deviation. How you trying to
Bro,
talk
we
about
can
taking
make
next man's
slander
girl?
up, bro. Bro, we can make slander
Like,
up about this and make slander up about the next man and then say, oh, why are you
yeah.
not rolling with next man? Oh, because next man's a rapist. Have you ever seen him
Uh,
rape no one? No, but because next man said it, I'm jumping. Ah, come on, man. That's a sigh, bro.
do you want
Don't make
me?
me
Do you
sigh.
want me? Like, you know, like me. I keep it real. Do you want me to address this subject fully?
Nah,
Obviously,
we
like my take on like slander. Like, obviously, like slander. I see it that it's kind of it's toxic to a certain extent. Let's not lie. Like, it's obviously it's something that lowers obviously that vibration. Um, if something is true, then does it need to be said? Like, does it really need to be said? Like, if lies are being told, like, okay, maybe they'll make that shit right one day, but you know, that's obviously what we call slander. Um,
okay. If you're acting like you're some youth worker, yeah, going to parks saying that you wanna guide a new generation of youths, yeah, yeah, you're listening, yeah. And then you're walking around the park all ballied up, and then you're trying to stick it on man, and then say, "Come out the park, let's go for a fight, bro."
mm,
What am I not allowed to mention something about that? It's not
okay,
private,
but
bro.
that would be
I've
a
not gone through your
mistake. That
phone.
would
I've
be
not
that
gone
would
through
be
your
a
phone.
mistake in the past.
I've not gone through your phone. It's all on YouTube to talk about. Just like how you're allowed to talk about this person, Jupiter, or
Yeah,
blah blah blah, Nynifa,
yeah,
or Lady
yeah,
D. Yeah, all this,
yeah,
that Veli. Oh, you on Veli
yeah,
show, Bun Veli show, and all. What? But then, oh no, that's
yeah,
my guy. What? Oh, what are we doing there, man?
yeah, yeah. I always used to big him up, believe it or not. That's why I never shot myself in the leg. I always bigged him up. And the reason I got kicked off mainly is because the final strike was going on Vedi's show. When I went on, but I said I want to go on there because he's got like banging people on there.
Yeah, but hold on a
So
minute. Hold on a minute. You got
yeah,
blocked on somebody else's channel, yeah, because you had a loud mouth here. You weren't quiet. Yeah.
I think partly that.
Yeah, because you got a voice,
To be
because you
honest,
got a voice, yeah,
partly that.
and you got your own opinion,
Mm,
and you're man enough to just say, all right, you know what, yeah, everyone just forget about it, start again. But people can't forget, yeah, and when they want to bring it up and press that little button, they could press that little button. So then you decide, all right, cool, I'll go somewhere else, do what I like to do, and the next minute, oh, I see you've gone over there now, yeah, and
exactly.
oh,
Yeah.
what you missing me or something? Like when you're telling them, come back
Mm,
home. You will need to come back. Oh, bruv, who are you, bruv?
yeah.
That's when I thought, bro, this
Exactly.
guy's definitely on the nature boy vibe, yeah? Because you're telling you need to come back home.
Yeah.
Come back home where?
Yeah. For real. For real. Yeah. It's a mad thing. That's kind of mugging me off. I
That's
know
some
that's
big
mugging me off,
ego in it.
but that's why I never listened to it. Yeah, that's mugging me off. Obviously, that's me being taken for a cunt. Like I'm some sort of sender. No, come on, man. Like we have to do. Like it got to the stage where I just said to myself, I had to do that to you because you got to know that I'm not like a send out. I'm just here because I'm here. But if you thought like I'm some loyal thing or that's why I'm here, no, I have to go somewhere else. Though. Like it's nothing like that. You know what I'm saying? And you're holding feelings because yeah, and I don't know how I don't know what Veli obviously thinks about it. I don't know. Um,
Bro, he don't care, bro. It's
I
like,
think he should have spoke up more. I think he should have spoke up more. I don't personally think
bro.
that
Do you know after a while, yeah? Do you know what
you
people
know,
don't care? Because they got their own place
yeah,
to talk about it, yeah? When you got your own
mm,
little thing to talk about, yeah, you might start seeing people's attitudes like
yeah,
change a little bit. They might change for the good or they might change for the
of
worse.
course, yeah, I agree. I
You know what
agree.
I'm saying? But definitely,
Yeah,
man seen a whole heap of shit on these streets. You get me?
yeah, of course. I'm doing a little set now, so I've got 20s on the bar, and I'm doing a little set. So let's see.
Easy. I've got a freaking. I'm looking for a Tyler, man.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, bro. I got a
If
little
I would
job.
say to you, if you need tiling, I would say to you, depending on obviously you gotta make it first you gotta make it perfectly waterproof. So I would say use like a powerful it's like a glue basically. It's like a glue but mastic type glue kind of thing.
Yeah.
I would say use that and I would say put up boards first. Like
Oh
like
yeah,
obviously
aqua
thick
board.
boards and then you put the tiles on thick boards. So you know you got it like straight. And
Yeah.
then I would say use a laser. Laser all the way. Yeah.
The thing is, I could tell, bro, but
So I've
bro,
done it.
bro, like, I ain't got the patience for it. See, like my thing where I just do the plumbing, yeah. I'm in and out, bro, and a little bit of carpentry, you know, in and out, bro. But that tiling, bro, you're stuck there,
Are
man.
the walls flat?
Yeah, walls flat. Yeah, yeah, the Chris.
Are the walls flat?
Yeah,
They're not
flat, man.
bumpy or big holes.
Nah,
Unless
nah,
they're
nah, nah.
skirting there.
Nah, this is going just around the bath, a 1700 bath, but I want it up to the ceiling.
Oh,
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'm mind the thing.
okay. Okay. So basically you want a whole wall done.
Yeah, just not. Yeah, just around
Is
the
that
bath. Not. Yeah, just around the bath. So the front of the bath, the back of the bath,
okay?
and obviously the middle. And
But you said going up all the way, so you're going up to the wall.
yeah, going up to the ceiling.
Okay.
Yeah. So from
Yeah.
bath, the
Um.
bath edge to the top of the ceiling. 1700.
Okay. And it's obviously gonna have to needs to be waterproof. Like it can't. Like everything's got to be like water resistant.
Yeah, grout. Because I mean, it's got brick walls there, but obviously I just need someone who could just tile it really good because I got to finish
Oh,
that.
it's
You know
got
what I mean?
brick walls all the way back to brick walls. Okay, then
Nah, like on
definitely
plasterboard,
to
innit?
make it
It's
easy, I would put on. Okay, well, bricks is a bit raw. I would definitely put on a board if there's bricks.
nah, but it's on
Definitely
plaster. It's on.
insulate.
Nah, it's all good as long as the tiler is a good tiler. Yeah, the job's all good because I'm going all
Yeah.
the way up to the ceiling. Do you know what I mean?
Okay.
Like it's gonna be sealed.
Okay, that's good then. Yeah.
You know what I mean? If it was like
Obviously, I've
normal
dealt with these kind of
plasterboard and
problems
all that,
before, so yeah.
normal plasterboard and all that, it sucks
Basically,
it
what I'm
back in,
saying
man.
is, yeah, with me, like, I'm turning off the water. That's one big thing that you have to know. So if I need to change where the water is or anything like that, I can do that. Um, you know, um, yeah, like they're more kind of things that obviously I enjoy doing. Does that make sense?
Mm.
Like more plumbing kind of thing. Like tiling is a bit like Romanian.
That's what I'm saying, bro. That's the type
Not
of
in a
man I'm
bad way,
looking
but
for
it's like,
because
yeah.
I've charged like 600. Or what have I charged? 650 for that, yeah. And I've got a pal who do it in like 2
Okay.
days, innit? But he'll want like maybe £200 a day. But
Okay.
I'm thinking, you know what, bruv? I know there's them man out there like £80 a day.
Yeah. Of course there
You
are.
know
Of
what I'm
course there
saying?
are.
I don't mind, you
You're
know,
right.
actually.
Of course there are.
There is, bruv. I
Yeah.
know them, man. There is them man out because even the tiles, yeah,
Mm.
the guy, it's kind of a favor, yeah, but the guy is basically, he just wants everything on a low budget, innit? So I just told him, bruv, it's just a whacking. Like, I don't mind them jobs, bruv, because it's what, 5 days? Get me? It's nothing, man. Nothing long at all. But all in all, I've charged just for a bath basin and just to be tiled around the bath vinyl floor. I charged £1.5 labour.
It's Mr. Selector in the building. Mr. Selector, I beg you
I would add none.
take the reins. Since you
Yo,
know I'm a total mess and I don't know nothing. I literally don't know nothing. I don't even know how to let people in. I don't know anything.
you see the thing, yeah?
Um,
Obviously, anyone who's trying to join, I'll put the link in the description for you guys. So if you want to click that link, not in the description, in the chat, the comments section, yeah. So where you leave your comments, there's a link there. It's got the jokes and banner icon by it, and it says StreamYard if anyone wants to join. Also, because the way we schedule, because we scheduled the stream, you see what you did, yeah? You see when you start up, you got to copy the StreamYard link into the description before you start the show. Does that make sense? Because otherwise, once you've
no.
scheduled it, so once you've scheduled it, it won't let you change the description, isn't it? So I was trying to put it in the description, but it won't let you. So if you're a pre-scheduled thing,
Okay. Yeah.
you have to make sure you get the description in there with the StreamYard link
Ah.
and yeah, any other links you want to put in there as
Okay.
well. And let me say big up to everyone. Souza, Cotton Socks, 92 Dread, obviously yourself,
No.
Done
Listen
notes.
to this.
Stanley. Come on.
I believe.
Yeah, big up yourself,
Listen, I
Stanley.
believe to a certain extent that. Yeah, big up everyone.
Yeah.
Obviously
Big
in
up
that kind of
Temper as well.
scenario,
Gold Gossip.
I don't feel.
Mr. Palu. Mr. Palu. Don't forget Mr.
Yeah,
Palu. Sorry,
big
bro.
them all up.
Yeah, big up
Yeah.
Big
Mr.
them
Paley,
all up.
man.
Yeah. Yeah, bro, you just spun me with all that information. I'm saying basically you don't put things in the description in the pre-show because you don't want anyone having your information early. You get the
Yeah.
information when you give the information.
Yeah. Do you know what? It's just the way they set up the way
So
they set up the StreamYard. It just works like that, and it once you
yeah.
scheduled it, it won't let you edit in it. So it's like that's why I usually just do it
Okay.
straight away. I don't usually schedule. Do you feel where I'm coming from? But it's
That
cool
makes
though.
sense.
It's
That
cool
makes
though,
sense.
because like you're putting in the work. You done the work today. Still, you got the thing started up. Like, bless you, brother. Bless you, fam. Appreciated it. You know, I'm glad to see
Yeah.
we're all back here. Glad to see Stanley back up here. I was interested in your subject as well because the subject today is one that is kind of close to my heart. I'm not gonna lie, still. And
Yeah, you're religious, definitely.
yeah, I want to talk to 360 as well because 360, he was saying that the link wasn't working. I'm about to put the link over to him. So give me a rough breakdown of your what you think about books and burning books and XYZ, and then I can give you my rendition after if you don't mind.
Okay, so obviously I think if you're burning a Quran, I think that's a religious book. First of all, we got asked the question, why are you burning it? Okay, the reason you're burning it is because obviously the national elections are coming up and they want to have bad PR on Muslims. Does that make sense?
Of course, yeah.
That's their whole campaign. They're obviously trying to like slander them hard. This is obviously racist, extremist, right wing, mentality, everything. Like they're seeing you as a piece of shit, basically. So That's their mentality. They want to burn the Quran, make you look stupid, make you embarrass yourself, make you do a madness in the street. That's what they're doing. And people are falling for it. Not the majority of people, only a small number are falling for it. Like they're not a authority or anything like that, but they're obviously falling under the spell, and they're going out there, they're fighting, and obviously if police are letting off firearms, that is a madness already. Little handguns, they're banging them off. They're not playing. They're not playing. So yeah, they've obviously they're dominating the streets, the bad boy feds. So yeah, like that's what's happening. It's back and forth. This is what they're doing, and also the way that obviously the other side is thinking. They're saying he bought that book. That's obviously he's paid for that with his own money. He should be able. That's his property. He should be able to do as he wishes with that book. That's what they're saying. So burning that shit is absolutely fine. You can't hear. So burning that is absolutely fine. That's what the other side is saying. Yeah, that's the argument. I don't know, innit? Like, I've given you the breakdown. I'm not really like, I'm not doing it any other way.
Boy,
I don't know what the views are.
I think it's disrespect. I think it's antagonizing.
Yeah.
And I think, why would you want to do it?
Yep. Exactly. And then obviously I also think, like, if one guy said basically, all right, cool, let him burn the Quran, but don't have the police protect him. Let him protect himself. If he wants to burn the Quran, you shouldn't have police support. Like, let him deal with the consequences. I thought that was fair. If he can do it without getting banged in, without police support, then burn it then. But you're not going to be able to do that. And that's why people are upset that you got the police there. So, yeah, that's the argument.
I hear you still. I hear you. I'll be honest with you,
And then also you could
go on.
Yeah. You got enough information. No, maybe if you got enough information, then you can base your decision. I was just gonna say one more thing. It also comes down to obviously the mindset of these two people. But shouldn't both of them have the right to kind of carry out their mindset to a certain extent?
Yeah, obviously everyone has the right to carry out their mindset. Definitely, 100. I definitely agree with that. But you see the thing of this whole thing of burning books. Yeah, don't get me wrong. Yeah, I understand that some people are really they're fixated on these books. Let's use the proper word, isn't it? They're fixated, and even if they ain't fixated, they really believe in this book, what they're reading. Whether it be a Bible, a Quran, whether it be Charles Dickens, do you know that? So
yeah, of course.
From that perspective, like you got certain books like what's the book there? The Sun Tzu. What's the Sun Tzu book again? Is it the 48 Laws of Power? Yeah, 48 Laws of Power.
Art of War.
Or Art of War. That's it. Art of War. Then you got 48 Laws of Power. People live their lives by these books, innit? Do you feel where I'm coming from? So I think to some extent, the book must have something in it that is affecting people. But I think at the same time as it's affecting people, the information must be useful or utilizable to some extent. And then to another extent,
of course,
once a person believes in something and sees the utilization of something and sees how it's benefiting them, we as human beings, we have a tendency to want to force that onto others and say, well, it works for me, so it must work for you. But then, like, for me to put that in perspective, I have to say that everything that works for you ain't gonna work for me, though. Just like everything that works for me ain't gonna work for every other Tom, Dick, and Harry. So I think to that extent, the book is not like, it's not like you can't have the book. Do you feel where I'm coming from? But I think the book is more of an idea. It's more about the idea than it's about the book. So when someone says to me, burn the books, like I've said, burn the books. Let's just get rid of the books. Let's just start over fresh. you know, on a fresh page, and we all got the
Yeah.
same idea. We're all starting from the same place on the same basis
Yep.
and heading to the same direction.
That's a nice
But,
ideology. Yeah.
but at the same time, though, we have to realize that as much as, you know, the book may be, you know, it's kind of got its own direction, and it's, you know, it's very rigid. Ultimately, if we say that we all sat down together and 10 of us and we said, all right, we're going to write our own book, we'd have 10 different people with 10 different ideas. The book would never get written because there's going to be something you're going to say I'm going to disagree with, something I'm going to say you're going to disagree with, and now everyone's disagreeing with our own book. Whereas this one's set in stone, it's already been written, it's there already, you know, it seems to have worked, you know. So to an extent, I don't necessarily think we have to burn the books, but I think what we have to do is we have to be able to be a bit more open with our books and not force them down to people's throats and not be overbearing. Do you know where I'm coming from? And not be so prone to like things like violence over a book, over a cover of a book, over anything like that. Because these are small things. When you like, you got belief, especially like for things like people who believe in the Most High. Then, you know, if I saw someone burning the Bible, I think, yeah, that's disrespectful. But I don't have to kill you over it. I don't have to fight you over it. In fact, it's probably your Bible. You own it.
Okay.
I don't own it.
Okay, but let's have a look at it this way. Have we had any incidents where someone's grabbed a Bible and tried to burn it?
Yeah, these things happen. You get people like I've seen. Do you remember that film where a man was smoking Bible pages, Kaz?
Yeah.
You know what
You should
I was talking about?
What film was that?
I don't remember, guys.
Hey.
There was a film though.
Hey,
I'm telling you,
Hey,
guys,
there was a film like that.
yeah, there's man out there
That's a
smoking
madness.
Psalms and the thing
Nah,
there.
that's dread.
Oh shit!
that's
No, I ain't gonna lie. I've seen it. Obviously,
trying to
I've
think
seen
what it
it,
is.
but yeah, that's badness.
It
Yeah.
is though, in a way,
That's not,
yeah,
that's not
obviously,
cool, man. Yeah,
for a real believer,
that's smoking.
obviously,
Put it in a pack. Yeah,
like if you did that in
put it
front
in
of
a
my
pack.
nan,
Yeah.
my nan's gonna be appalled. You know,
Yeah.
like that. She's gonna want to give you a talking to, but talking to isn't violent. You feel where I'm coming from? And this is why I think, like, you know, we can't be over the top with it. At the end of the day, if
I mean, look at that brother in the park who got slapped up 3 times. I'm not gonna lie, yeah, I did laugh because the first slap, you weren't expecting it, innit? Because he's there shouting, "Muhammad is a pedophile. Muhammad is a pedophile," and then next you just, you know, that smack, you know, that like, you know, when someone claps their hands, that slapping his boat, bro. I was like, ooh. And then he said it again. "You want to slap me? Muhammad is a..." He got it again, you know. And then the very last one, the next black brother, I think, got him in the park, gave him a slap as well, bro. I was like, boy, like, it's a bit of both, man. It's a bit of both, I think, man.
Yeah. So what's up, Stanley, man? I know Stanley got something to say on this, man. 360. I know you must have something to say. Somebody talk to me.
No, you know, I was listening to you. I don't know that I could have said it better. Books are not to be burned. You said that books are ideas. That's a perfect description.
Yeah.
You're an academic, aren't you?
I wouldn't call myself an academic. I'm a thinker. I'm a bit of a thinker, but I wouldn't really say I'm an academic like that.
I'm gonna, you know, it's beautiful the way you put it. Couldn't have said it better.
Well, this is it. That when I say books are ideas, it's because when you, like, for instance, if for me to write something, I have to have the idea first. Just like a song everything starts with an idea, don't it? Do you feel where I'm coming from? So that's kind of where I was going with it. But at the same time, I kind of, like, you know, appreciate, you know, the compliment and everything. So thank you for that. But I didn't think I was being that intelligent. I just think, like, because the book starts with an idea, the person's idea, you know, it starts off very very vague, and then that idea can grow, and then now we can, you know,
Not all ideas are good.
Yeah,
I'm not saying, all ideas are not created equal, but
yeah.
it's still an idea. And um, if you don't like the book, it's like turn off the TV, don't finish the book,
Mm,
etc. Don't burn it. Do you
mm.
burn your Do you burn your TV?
See, but this is the thing now where I wanted to go with this whole conversation in the sense of when we say books, yeah, books are ideas, yeah. But when we get to scripture, scripture is bigger than just that idea. Because remember, now this is a way of life. This is bigger than just an idea. Maybe it is an idea to an extent because it's someone else's idea of how life should be lived and how it should be. But then, who is that someone else? Because they say it's the word of the Most High. It's not a person, then is it? If it's the word of the Most High, this is a higher power. This is more than just an idea.
Well, I'm going to stop at books or ideas. They're sacred ideas. You can love the book, you can live by the book, etc. But for someone who's kind of secular like me, it's an idea.
Okay, Stanley. So America, was America built on religious foundation?
Yes and no. Whoa.
So
You
does
you
does
opened up a
religion have
can of
any
you opened up a
influence
can of
in
worms.
America?
I'm going to say that America was founded on an idea, but it wasn't necessarily religion. It wasn't necessarily religious. Because
Cool.
if you think about Jamestown, for instance, um, no, that wasn't. It was economic. Um, New England, Massachusetts, that was founded on religion. So it's always been an intermix of a pushback either way. But if you think about it, I mean, there was an active, hey, we want Virginia, for instance, once it actually became a colony. Thomas Jefferson, for instance, and others, there was supposed to be, there was legislation.
Yeah, but the point, the
Let's
point, the
have
point is
a
what the
religious
point,
state.
the point is what I'm trying to say is that it was built on uh
No, it wasn't
Christianity.
built on religion. As a matter of fact, you could argue that it was built on a rejection of religion. Not that you can't be religious, the state shouldn't be built upon religion.
Okay, well let's have a look at, for instance,
That
England. Yeah,
that was kind of confusing though.
yeah. Let's have a look at England. So the Church of England, which was the powerhouse of back in that days, which means you'd get hung for treason going against the Church of England, going against the church. Forget about the Queen and all that. If you said anything about the Lord and everything like that, you're in big trouble, right? Now, that was strongly instilled into people, even through to this day. And then we have this mad thing in the 60s, 70s that we have, this gays right thing starting to come through. So then they decided, okay, well, look, we'll allow this to happen now. Oh, also, we'll allow, same-sex marriages inside the church. Oh, also, we'll allow priests to actually be able to do this now, etc., etc., etc. So when you start acting like you're holy and then not following it through, it's definitely gonna confuse people that are trying to
Well, let
uh,
me,
fit in. Do you know what I mean?
back in those days, England traded religions. Henry VIII rejected one form, Catholicism, and then he built his own church. So, I mean, I'm not sure religion can be interchangeable depending on if you want to divorce your wife, which is kind of esoteric. So, I don't think you can build a country on religion. I'm not a theocracy person.
Why'd you say that though, Stan? Because if you think about it, the greatest countries in the world are all been built on the religion, or the most
Really?
wealthy and the most undeveloped countries in the
Well,
world.
no,
Are built
I
on
don't
religion.
think they were built on religion. I think you could argue, at least the states, they were built on keeping religion in its place.
In what regard?
Yeah, but that's the same. The
Hold
foundation.
on, whoa.
Religion.
One second. Hold on 1 second. You got to answer that one. In what regard, Stan? In what regard are they keeping religion in this place? I can't know.
Separation of
God.
church and state in the U.S.
All right,
Separation.
all right, now I've got you. All right, so bam, you see what it was? We was in two different places in history, so I'm gonna take you right back. So we're gonna go back. We're gonna do this like this. We're gonna say like Rome, then, yeah. Now Rome wasn't necessarily founded on Christianity, which is a religion, but it was founded on a religion. It was just more a religion of idol worship and getting people to worship people. You understand? So me as the leader of Rome, or me as the leader of the pagan sector of Europe, I would have been worshipped like a deity. Like you got like these man like the Vikings and them man there. What's it, Ragnar Lothbrok and them man there? If you ever watched the Vikings, they're talking about
that's right. And Cornelius and
come on,
and Constantine and all this
come
and that.
on.
Yeah.
But these
Yeah,
man,
that's
if you talk to the Viking man, they're talking about going to Valhalla, yeah, and being in Valhalla with the gods. So that means they're gods, then, innit? Do you feel what I'm trying to say? Same way, if I talk to certain of these African tribal religions, then yeah, certain people are gonna tell you the black man's God. Do you understand?
Oh
And
snap! You know what? You're actually right. Because I actually
You feel me?
come across someone who reckons they're a Viking today, bro. And they try to tell me all that Thor and Odin and all that is real, but that's just what they follow. There's around 60 odd what do you call it, gods that they worship. You can Google it. So even on your phones, your devices, the symbols on there, like Bluetooth, that was after someone from that time in Viking time, and they used to worship and shit like this. That's facts. I can't make it up because everyone's got a phone. You can look it up.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So to say that it wasn't, built off religion, I beg to differ on that.
Yeah, you look at Greece and them places there, like Troy and all of these places. It's all built on the back of like god worship or multiple gods. So you can call it paganism, but it's still their form of religion, isn't it? So we go right the way around the world. Everyone's got their spirit. If you got Africa, they got their spiritual system. Modern day, we got our religions. Older times, they've got their gods. Do you feel what I'm saying?
I think you spot on, because that's what they taught us from they taught me at primary school from forever now. Yeah. Basically, so I'm kind of multitasking. And you got it on point, because basically everything was starting from the Romans and shit like that. And if you take the game of chess, that was formed from the Romans. Do you get what I mean? So last time I checked on that board, the Pope is on there, the bishop, whatever you call it. All religious kind of things stating that. Do you know what I mean? Yeah. They've always been part of it. The Iron Cross is on the chessboard. Can't make it up. It's there, it's right there, in black and white. So how can you say it's not part of it? It's always been. It's all control, it's all manipulation. So end of the day,
and where did the founders of Rome come from? Where did they come from? Romania.
Say that again.
The founders of Rome.
Say that again. The founders of Rome. The founders of Rome.
Yeah.
Wasn't that Romulus and
Remus? And where did they come from?
It's a joke.
What do you say, Romanian?
No, but that's the thing, though, isn't it? That's what they say.
Is that what it is?
Yeah, them Romans, they got all different gods in it. They got like Apollo and Zeus and all
that. Look, there's a football team, and they tried to ban the crest on the football team because it's got a fox, a wolf, and it's got like the boys sucking from the wolf, and they were meant to have come from Romania. That's the old folklore.
Oh, snap.
I know what you're talking about, Romulus and Remus. You're talking about that Romulus and Remus thing. Yeah.
It was a bad joke.
Shit.
Yeah, but the thing is, yeah, you see when you say that, yeah, this is a thing now where it's like, all right, so for instance, yeah, like let's just keep it 100, innit? Yeah. For those who don't know, you're gonna learn something now, innit? So when we was growing up, yeah, you may have heard certain people say certain things like, you know, certain white people and black people, we don't have the same DNA. We're not coming from the same place, X, Y, Z. Now, historically, that may not be so dumbfounded because historically, watch the thing now, historically, like you got this story here, Romulus and Remus, where man are saying them come from wolf and
Well,
dog.
from the Bible.
Yeah, they come from wolf and dog. Me never make it up. me never come with it. Yo, man, me never come with it. But yeah,
What?
man. Where you think
Oh my
werewolf
God.
come from? Cuz? Where you think werewolf and jackal man and everything come from? A car.
Cloud.
Certain man
Yeah,
are
but
telling
Oh, mate.
people that they come from dog and wolf.
Oh man. Damn.
Boy.
Wait, you're joking
Hey,
me. Oh
obviously,
my
when you're
word.
talking about Rome, just want to add, you lot asked a question about Rome. That's what I wanted to fill in. Obviously, the person that gave Rome the name was Jesus, the biggest imprint that was ever put on Rome was
Ah,
Jesus. That's the name I'll give. Jesus owns Rome, the whole of that area. He
nah,
put his
man. Them
name on that.
people kill off Jesus, bro. What do you mean? It's them and the Jews that they kill off Jesus. The Jews never give no name to that. That is all Greek mythology, and that they took over it from then. You know, if you go down the line, you got
Okay.
like you got Babel. After Babel, you had what do you call it? Sodom and Gomorrah. After that, it was Babylon, and it's just been Rome since then. Do you know what I mean? It's always there. It's just a
yes,
name gonna rename.
yes,
It's nothing to do with the
yes.
Jesus business. Because Jesus, the last time I checked,
Yeah,
is
but
black.
everyone weren't
They will
gay.
never turn around and tell you
But
that.
everyone
So it
weren't
looks
gay.
like it's a
Well,
business.
You know what I'm saying?
do you
It's a
think
business.
Rome came from Romulus? The name
Romulus,
Romulus.
Rom-U-S. Is that what you're saying?
Romulus,
I think that's what you're saying.
Romulus.
Romulus.
Omulus. Man, that sounds like an omelet.
I
Look,
think
here's what
none
it
of us
is.
know who that is. Explain,
Never heard of the guy.
explain who that is. No
Never
one's
heard
heard
of
of
the
it.
guy.
That's the
Nah,
truth.
no,
And
because
everyone's
her
pretending that they heard
Rastafari
of
with
it,
them
but no one's
children,
heard of it.
man. No.
No one's heard of it, but not a single person.
Romulus. That must sound right. No,
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 we
no.
know who it is. We know who
Uh,
Romulus and Remus are, cuz. Ain't you seen that film with Michael J. Fox?
okay, that's
Teen
cool
Wolf?
then. One of the team members know who it is. Yes, that's
Ah,
blessed.
yeah.
Teen Wolf.
It's like
Teen
yeah,
Wolf.
yin and yang.
School us
Yeah.
them, Romulus them,
So
Remus. That sound like some
yeah,
funny
but
business
who are
going on
these
there. I mean,
people? I haven't heard
that's not
any
part. I'm not
stories.
part
Is
of
it
that
a love
team.
story? No,
Romulus and
exactly.
it's
Is
Remus,
it
them.
Romeo and Juliet?
It's
I've
them.
never heard of it.
Romulus and Remus, their mother was
Yeah.
raped by a god.
A
A
what?
wolf.
Oh wow.
A wolf.
Oh wow.
I mean, no, if it is a
Right.
god,
Her
but we
name
know
was
say
Rhea
a wolf.
Silva.
Run that back. Say that again,
Yeah.
cause like I can't hear because
No,
of the
I'm playing.
background. Say
Some
that again.
madness.
A
Alright,
what?
so let me run it back. So who were Romulus and Remus's mum? Romulus and
Right.
Remus' mum, the legendary founders of Rome. Traditionally, they were the sons of Rhea Silvia, daughter of Numida King Alba, and she was supposed to have been raped by another god.
Okay.
Oh yeah, according to the story, she was raped by the god of war, Mars, and gave birth to 2 sons.
Oh.
Some madness.
And
Some
and
madness.
and,
Yeah.
and, and it was a wolf.
Nah, the wolf was basically what kept them alive because I think she gave them away or something like that.
Right.
Okay.
That sounds like some real Jungle Book business going on there. I don't know. Really don't. Never heard of that story. It's new. Blessed. That is serious. But who
Yeah, I
these
haven't
all
heard of it
gods?
either.
Where are
That's the
they? What are
truth.
they?
I lived my life
It's-
absolutely fine without hearing that story. So
I'm with you on that.
like, I wish I would like
You know.
I don't know, I'd rather have the knowledge than not have the knowledge, but like I don't think I would care what the outcome is. I'm guessing
I
you're gonna
couldn't
tell
really.
me about Greeks.
Yeah. I don't really
I'm
take that as
guessing.
knowledge though.
Maybe I should
Because
give the
it's
people a chance to actually say what they want to say. I don't know. So I
yeah.
don't know if you can tell me who they are. Tell me who they are. Where
No,
they?
that's it. That's it. No, you're right. I mean, I'm with you on that. Like, still, but you know, not to be
Don't know anything about them.
problematic, like
The
troubleshooting
story,
or nothing.
the story is
Just
basically just like Moses in a way, but just with two
story,
brothers. Like
knowledge.
they were put into a basket.
Yeah.
They were abandoned by their parents, put into a basket, and placed into the river
But they
Tiber.
lived in
So I
heaven,
want to
right?
look that up.
Nah,
The
that
river
sound like
Tiber, wherever
some
the river
jungle
Tiber
book
is.
business, man.
But they
Yeah.
lived in heaven because it was
jungle
God's.
book story. That's jungle
Yeah.
book. Grew up with
Yeah, but that's
grew up
their,
with a wolf,
yeah, but
yeah,
that's that.
a pack of wolves.
Yeah, but
Sounds symbolic.
that's their European thing. Like I don't knock it off, especially
Yeah.
when you've got these Nephilim things going around all over the place doing the same old
I'm
story.
not the Europeans. If we're gonna be okay to voice our opinions and keep it 100. Yeah, I'm not 100% Europeans. I do. Yeah, that's my team because
Well,
it's all a
my
lie. Yeah, 100%.
my point is books are ideas. Sometimes they take the form of stories. And, you know, the way Rome was formed, it's a
Yeah,
story. It's a mythological story. That's really my
yeah.
whole point. And,
Mythological, you say, yeah?
well,
Sounds like
do you
manipulation.
really think kids get raised by wolves often?
Well, do you think there's a meaning to the story though, as well? In a sense,
Of
same
course
like you
there
mentioned.
is. That's the whole
obviously.
point of stories.
Do you feel me? And obviously, in there being a meaning to the story, you know, it then becomes more similar to scripture because every story's got a moral to the story, innit? There's always a moral to the story.
Yeah.
So this is why I said even some of these other books, like a Charles Dickens, some people take that serious, like it's like to them, that's their Bible. You see it?
Can I just tell you a smasher here as well?
Yeah.
They are related. They are related to Brutus of Britain and the 75
Brutus.
kings of Britain. Yeah.
Brutus
of so they are related through the mother and Aeneas of Troy. And
see.
And that's the line. So then you've got I never heard of any of these kings, yeah. But this is what they're basically saying is that Aeneas of Troy, their mother, and then you've got Brutus of Britain, and then you've got other descendants that went like to the Black Sea. So
no, but that makes sense.
Whoa,
because
and even they're even claiming to have Hebrews in it. Magdalene of Jesus, Joseph, Joshua, through.
See, no. Now we're going too far. Now we're
going now they're begging it.
What they're
no,
saying,
they kind of closed the case. If they got Israelite bloodline, they closed that one, obviously.
No, they're begging it.
By... Okay, well, some people would say that that's
no. We're talking about. I don't know. Someone correct me. Yeah, everyone was talking about his story. It's all a game. It's all patterns. It's all manipulation. You can go from. I've spoken on a show before, and we're talking about AlphaGo. I thought people kind of check it out, right? If you look at it from chess, now they got AlphaGo. There'll be another game. It's all manipulation. It's all full like trickery in it. Like God, turn it round, dog. Someone's just got playing games with you. All these words you say, you turn it around, it says something else. Yeah. Now to turn around and say, look, his story is kind of his story. That, do you get what I mean? It's just a game they play. It's a game. It's manipulation. If you break things apart, it's all patterns. Like I'm not saying I've got the answers to everything. I just can see without seeing. Do you get what I mean? Like.
With obviously what Stanley was saying, I would say I just want to ask him: does he think that Jesus has got a major footprint on that place? That's all I want to know. Or religion? Does religion have a big stamp?
Well, I'm looking at how these are looking like linking their thing, because I've just looked up that Darnadus, Now, Darnadus was the son of Zeus. Now, this guy is all the way over in Greece now, Then you get that girl. Then you get that woman, Aeneas, that I just said. Now, that's what I'm trying to say. Let's just give these men their thing. Let's give them their story of life and everything like this. They're talking about the same thing like what the Middle East will be talking about, and the certain things of
Mhm.
you know, God's messing about with human beings. And
Hold
then
on, one
these
sec, one
gods
sec.
having
Yeah.
armies and making sure that they have their religion and that their religion can protect.
Hold on. 1 second. Before we go any further, I need to clean up that first comment. Because that one slipped through the ranks. So let's get this right. Yeah. Anybody who's ever picked up a Bible, what's one thing that the Bible tell you not to do? It tell you not to worship no idol. So if you're
No.
worshiping idol, or if you want to be worshipped, as a god,
Don't it?
if you want, yeah, come
Yeah.
on. If you want to be worshipped like a god, then you is not an Israelite. No Israelite is not being worshipped like no God. You understand? And we're not dealing
Yeah.
with no idol worshipping. So, as far as this whole Romulus and Remus thing being conflated with Israelites, it wouldn't make sense because these men thought they
Innit?
were gods.
Maximus and Meridius.
You know,
Leave it
come
out,
on.
bro.
But
Everything's
this is
all
what-
corruption. Everything is all corrupted with their God. It's like Lowy. And I said, their God, God.
Yeah.
It's not my God. I'm not in a no God. No. Don't run that to me, man. Everything, if you look at it, it's always violence. Like
So,
their
if
gods
you
are
don't-
always inferior. Simple. And that's not me
Yeah, but
putting
it's
them
like,
down. That's
if
them
I-
putting them down.
I hear you. If I say I don't believe in God, then obviously people say to me, okay, what do you believe in? So I got to give them, obviously an alternative. And
No, you
my
don't.
alternative would be that obviously we have a
Oh,
soul.
yeah, no, actually,
like,
you.
we have a
My
soul.
bad.
And obviously,
My bad.
like that soul is what leaves us and travels. That's what I would say to a religious person if we were to like go like back and forth.
So what you're
So
saying
what would
is
you say
you would
that
have
you
to. You would
believe?
have to. So would you saying basically because you don't believe in that and they ask you what do you believe in, then you got to say something to fill in the gap?
No, come on. Don't be silly. We're not talking about that. Don't be silly. I'm talking about
No,
it
it's
could be a
not silly
conversation
because
you could have with
I've got to
yourself.
look at it like
It could be a
maybe you
conversation.
didn't.
Listen, it could be a conversation you could have with yourself. You could just
No.
have that
Look.
in your mind and you
Pull up.
act on it.
Let me just say, yeah, it was open because I don't want to rob anyone from like you could say that, but it's the narrative. It can go
Yeah.
this way or that way. So I have to be sure that
Okay.
you like how you saying it because you see what I mean. Like now you're saying no. It's just basically
But you
know
can
what I mean?
move
And I'm
anywhere
just
you
thinking,
want to
oh,
move. I don't care
For
how you
example,
move. Like however you want
I'll
to
give
move,
you an
you can move.
example. If you
And
like
obviously,
you said, yeah, you know, like you said, you don't believe in this, yeah. But I'm kind of
Yeah.
similar in the sense, like if someone tells me they believe in something, I think that's a contradiction. I think believing in something is
Okay.
a big contradiction because if you're going to believe in something, you don't actually know. You just believe in it. like, wouldn't you want to know?
Okay.
Like, it defeats the whole object,
Yeah, but
doesn't it?
can you? All right,
You
I
got
hear what you're
belief.
saying about no, but can you ever get to the answer of knowing, or will it always open up more
Of
questions?
course.
Like the more you know,
I'm bold
imagine
enough
you
to
know
say,
the
of
size
course.
of the
Yeah.
universe, and then you find that it's like it's billion times bigger than you would have thought, and it's a bit like, come on, it's like, where are we? Where's our
you're
space
so on point.
in
You're
this
so on point,
depth?
bro. Yeah. I don't
It's
know
like,
before you miss
yeah,
that. I want you to stay on that what you just mentioned there. Yeah. You just said something about
yeah,
the universe, and you're looking at the I don't know in the grand scheme of things. Then yeah, like
of course,
in a
looking at
bigger
the
spread,
stars.
right? Here's the thing though.
Yeah.
Have you ever been to the end of the universe? Who even know that we're in a universe? You see, look at it. We're so full of ourselves, yeah? Humanity then, yeah? Everything's we're center of everything. We are center of everything. We have to be. Like, there has to be a beginning. In the beginning, it's a big bang. Like, yeah, you need a bang in your mouth. The thing is, why does time, like, time isn't even real. Like, if you really check it, people would say this guy's crazy. Really? Is it?
Okay.
When you
No,
really perceive
obviously
it,
time
it's
can
not
change, innit?
crazy.
Time can change with
Time is real.
different
Time
like
is real.
gravity
Time
could
is real.
change time. That's why
That's
they
fine.
say
I'm not
space
going to
time.
fight
But
you. I know you say
we
that
need
time is
to,
real,
Shifa, you need to, like,
but
people need to
come on,
start
man.
understanding. We need to obviously like get what
Dialogue.
we're getting across needs to like come across. Yeah, like it's messy out here. It's like I'm saying, like, obviously he's saying time's not real, and I'm trying to say like, yeah, obviously time is not real to such an extent that they say space time. Have you heard this saying? Vic was rinsing it. Mr.
See
Vic
what you're
was
doing,
rinsing this word,
and
and it's a
so
bit
when
like,
you're talking on a cosmic level, like
yes, exactly.
time. Yeah,
Thank you. Yes,
yeah. I understand what you're saying,
exactly.
bro. I
And
can't educate you on it, but
that means time could change. Yeah, you could have two. You could have two. You could have two guys both living on Earth. One goes up into a spaceship. One will age on Earth. One won't age on the spaceship, because
You see
obviously,
that
like
now?
they were going at such speeds that he didn't age.
Yeah,
You understand?
yeah,
Like
yeah.
we're talking
And you've
light
been to
speed.
space to know that's a real
And
place.
No.
well, I'm saying to you that obviously that light. I'm saying to you, light that enters your eye. Yeah. Forget about it. Don't take it too far away. Light that enters your eye, yeah, obviously hits the back of your head, and obviously it gives you a thought, and it gives you a picture as well.
Yeah.
I'm saying to you
And
that light
I'm just saying.
of something
I'm just saying.
happening, it's got a speed,
Yeah. And
brother.
I'm just
It's got a
saying.
speed.
I'm just saying.
That
Like,
speed, like, is so fast that even me and you having a conversation now, like, is working at light speed. Do you understand? So,
yeah, but
like, don't.
let's
Like, that's
listen.
No,
entering
because you
your eye
see,
on a daily
Let's
basis.
explain the
So,
reality. Yeah? The
I
sun and the
think
moon.
Schiffer
Yeah.
kind of put it right from the beginning, from when I heard him speaking anyway. And he said, look, you can have 10 people in one place and come together to start fresh on something here, but everyone's going to have their own opinion. It's like living
yeah,
in a building, but everyone's got different views.
yeah,
Do you get what I
Yeah.
mean? So end of
yeah,
the day, you're
yeah,
saying that's your understanding, that's your take, that's your understanding, that's your
yeah,
logic of understanding
yeah,
time.
yeah.
I look at it as a pattern. You can look at it as a matrix. I remember watching the Matrix and I laughed when I
Okay,
was younger. It's like, dude said, they're like, bro,
okay,
how do you see numbers on the thing and digits? And the guy said, no, that's a
hmm
picture. You can see pictures. People see what they want to see.
yeah,
It's how you look at it. So you've taken something that's now second reference
yeah,
and adopted it into your life. It's,
okay,
it makes
Yeah,
sense. So
but
you rationalize things how you do.
but we've
But it doesn't mean that someone over there is going to rationalize it the same way. They're just going to look
but
at it maybe as a pattern
yeah,
or
but
something
time is
else.
for its unique
obviously,
essence
when you
of the work.
Yeah,
obviously
guideline.
paint your
Yeah. No,
little
like time
view on, yeah,
Margin.
guideline,
is a
whatever, you
pattern.
can't
Yeah.
say, yeah, you can't say the way I see it. I just want to add that quickly. I'll let you go, but I'm
That's
saying
right.
you
Yeah,
can't dictate the way I see it. I know
Oh,
how I
yeah,
see it.
I agree with you.
yeah. No.
So,
100%.
Cool.
you can say
100%.
obviously your point of view, but like the way I look at things
Yeah,
has to come through my
yeah,
mouth. And obviously, I
exactly.
do look
Yeah,
on a cosmic level, yeah. And you're
yeah,
saying to me, how do you know this? How do you know this? I'm talking about observing the stars. I trust people like the Dogon that were about before any bullshit politician. You understand, like 7,000 year history, and they spoke about the stars. What about like half of them Muslims? They claim that well, not all of it, but a lot of mapping of the stars came from Muslims.
yeah,
Like
yeah,
algebra, it's
okay,
like apparently there's this
yeah,
Muslim guy, the name, everything. So I don't know if
yeah,
that's true or if it's false, but that's what they're saying.
No. No.
You
What
understand,
it
like
is?
Spain
yeah.
kind of
What it?
region,
Yeah, but
I totally
it's
understand
mostly
that
bro,
second
Muslims doing the
reference.
hold on.
madness,
I
Take
get it.
time,
mapping the
gentlemen. Yeah.
skies, and yeah,
Take time. Yeah. You got to remember, right? It's like someone already could have an idea in the world, yeah, of a song, right? But then somebody else comes along and makes that song, and they're thinking, "Right, I had that beat in my head." It's just that somebody's put it down in writing and made it become
Boom,
major,
boom.
big in it.
Well
Whereas
said.
other people don't need it
Yeah.
in writing because it's a normal, natural occurrence, isn't it?
I agree with that. I think that's excellent. That's excellent. It's so true. Like in whether we even see the same, we see the same thing. It's just like, it's no idea is original. They say. At the end of the day, it's patterns. So you know what I mean? It's we understand like light. I think you mentioned about light and how we how we receive the light. That's not fair because someone who's blind
okay,
don't see no light. So what?
okay,
They're not human. Like I
okay.
don't know. It's just people look at things
So what
differently.
you saying? You saying photosynthesis don't occur? People can't absorb the sun without it going through their
What
eyes.
I'm
What
saying
about the
is,
skin?
what I'm saying
Is the
is,
skin not in a immune system?
what I'm saying.
Can they
I
not
can answer
observe
to that.
vitamin D?
I can answer to that.
Yeah.
If you let me, yeah. What I'm saying is, I'm not foolful. I'm not taking what someone tells me and taking it for gospel. Do you understand? Like
So
my
you
own
don't know
intuition.
your skin can
Hold
take
on,
the
let
sun.
me land. Let me land. Let me
You can't
land. Yeah,
feel that.
like let me land. Like what I'm saying is, yeah, my own intuition. Yeah, I heard a rapper, what's his name, Nas, say years ago on one of his albums, it's like see without seeing and feel without feeling. Yeah, like do you get what I'm saying? There's
Yeah.
when you channel within, the people say they're going to the moon and the stars and this Mars and all that awfulness, brethren. And the way I look at it is they even been to the deepest ocean. but then they check themselves. They don't look within themselves. They don't even know. Do you know how to make another human? No, anything that man makes breaks. Simple. It can be an AI, it will turn on you. Anything. I don't believe them. I have the rights in my own rights to not believe you. Do you get what I mean? Like,
But you
I
mentioned
agree
time.
and I
But
accept
you
you and I
Can't you believe
appreciate
your
you.
own
Yeah.
eyes?
Okay.
Can't you
So
look at
let's
can't you
get
look at
back
the
to the
sky?
time question. Yeah.
Can't you look
I
at
just wanted to.
Orion's belt
I,
and stuff like that and
What
understand the
about
okay.
it?
formation right in front of
But
your
Check,
what
face
yo,
about it?
every single
guys,
night?
check it,
It's
check
just
it.
in
Yeah,
your
What
check it,
about
face.
check
it?
it. Yeah. You see
It's
the
just a
sun, yeah.
belt.
You see the
What
I'm
sun,
about it?
yeah.
saying like stars.
Yo,
Yeah, I'm saying
my
stars
brothers,
in the sky.
yeah.
Like,
I know
My
what's there
about it.
brothers,
not
I
to
one
can see
believe?
these
blatant thing.
bills I've got. Like, I don't.
My
Yeah.
brothers, one blatant thing, yeah, is this. Look, there ain't no sun right now. There's no sun, yeah. But what we got in replace of it is the moon, yeah. Now, we could say it's not
Hey,
called the
there's
moon
no
and it's
sun,
not
no
called the
sun,
sun,
no sun. Yes, there is
yeah.
sun during the day. There's sun.
Yeah,
That's a lie.
yeah. But
Of
I
course
know
we get
one
sun.
thing. I know one thing. What time it is for the best
Yeah.
time for me to go out and do what I need to do is in daylight. So we know that, all right, cool. It might not be called daylight, but that's just an expression or way for us to understand what's going on.
Yes.
You get me?
Nah, not really, not necessarily, but a lot of people do. Yeah.
And I think worldwide, I think people have questioned that. What do they mean daylight? Well, hold on a minute, bro. When's the best time for you to go out? Because I'm not going out now. And if you look around you, all the animals, no birds, you can't hear no birds. So, bro, if you're
Of course
nature,
they are out there. What do you
where's
mean?
birds flying at
Owls
night?
only come out at night. It's like they got their mind
Yes,
right, bro.
yeah,
I mean, if you
yeah,
think
yeah,
about it,
yeah.
look, let me put it like this, yeah. No, come on.
There's some animals.
You're
No,
saying
there's
what?
some animals, bro.
I'm,
There's some
I'm
animals,
gonna,
and
I'm
there's
gonna
some
say
people
because you
working.
said something and I thought that was powerful. And here's the
Yeah.
thing, though. Here's the thing. People see things differently through their own lens, and and in their own existence. Because you could say you can go out and do things better in the daylight. Okay, that's fine. But someone else understands nature. Like, you know what? Things grow at night.
Even a
Yeah,
dog's
But
got
they
night
night.
sleep.
vision.
Are plants
Everything
awake
grows
or are
at
they
night.
sleeping?
You
Are
could go
plants
gym all
awake
day.
or are they asleep
Yeah,
at night?
you could hold on, let me land. Because you could go gym all day. Go on and don't sleep all night. Go and see if you grow. You're not gonna get nowhere far. But when you rest,
So it makes
people.
sense, innit? It makes sense.
So
That's when things go to sleep.
you know what I mean?
That's
You
when it's like
rest.
a new cycle. It makes
Yeah,
complete
and then you
sense.
got some countries they just sleep and they got a thing called a siesta or whatever you call it.
Because of the
Fiesta,
heat.
siesta, whatever they call it. You don't
Because of the
understand? They
heat.
said, nah, they come out. Yeah, there you go. And heat is just an energy. So it gives off when it hits the atmosphere and gives us light, what we call light. Do you get what I'm
But
saying?
naturally, if you go outside now, plants aren't as awake, they're asleep. And that's a big foundation. And if you look at most of how things live, they sleep. Not everything, things are nocturnal. Some things have to come out. Some things have had to adapt because
A bear
next
sleeps
man
the
needs to
whole
go to
winter.
work at 5 o'clock in the morning. No man used to go work at 5 o'clock
Months.
in the morning before. But now we've had to
Snakes,
adapt.
they sleep the whole winter.
Snakes have had to adapt. Spiders have had to
Snakes
come out
can't
at
be out.
night. Birds have
Yeah.
had to come out at night.
They come
So
out at night. So they know they're more in tune with nature than the human. So now manipulation says you gotta go out there, go work in the day.
yeah,
So
but
into the
no.
day, bro, like some people don't do that. They just wait till nighttime come and then they just hit the flipping, they hit the online and
Yeah.
start mashing up the market, bro. Like differently. Right. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But bro,
It's like end of the
our eyes
day,
don't
man.
work good.
We could go
Yeah, but
round and
bro,
round
our eyes
forever.
don't work well at night, as in they do
Your
in
eyes
the
don't.
light.
Your eyes don't work well at night.
Oh, come
Do
on,
you get me?
bro.
Some
Come, let's
people
be
only work the
realistic.
night shift. No, it's
No, look.
What's
If
realistic
you
for me may not be realistic for you.
Yeah, but they're
That's what I'm
dying.
trying
The
to
people
say.
who work the night shift are dying. Humans can't do that. I met an old man. He goes, "Oh, it's killing me. Don't do night shift. Don't do night shift."
all
He
right,
worked in Tesco's,
so you tell me
and he
now,
didn't
yeah.
even have like his skin
Wait,
was peeling.
Well, he needs
Shem,
to change his occupation. At the end of the day, some
Shem,
people say, hey, you know what? They
Yeah.
come out for a few hours and that's it.
Shem. If you turn off the light, yeah, and it's all black,
Yeah, come on,
and
like
you tell
Mayweather.
me,
I see, dude.
wait,
Like, he's not a liar. He'd be
wait,
training in the middle of the night, bro.
yeah.
He's a G.
These
And he
man,
ain't won one fight yet.
Oh,
these man
it's
think, right,
mad.
that they could go in the jungle, yeah. Even in the jungle, it could be dark in the jungle, and above
Yeah,
the canopy it could be bright, right? You think these,
yeah.
like, bro, This is why we've worked out certain things, bro. It's like,
Yeah.
why would you go and do that at night when you got the daytime to see?
Well,
No, because
So
they get the
therefore, it's
advantage.
called-
A snake would have
it's
the
called sleep.
advantage. That's why that goes in the night.
boy,
'Cause he's a
I ain't got no
snake. You
business in that
understand? You
type
can
of
do both.
jungle,
You can
bro.
do daytime and
I
nighttime.
stick,
You
I
know,
stick to the
you're like, it
concrete
doesn't even
jungle.
have to be one or the other. It can be both times. He could go daytime and nighttime, like a snake. You can do both. Like at night
You can
time,
Yeah,
do
the
yeah,
snake's
both,
just got the
bro.
mad sensor. He feels any vibration, and he'll just shoot at the vibration. That's how a
yeah,
snake
true.
moves. He'll shoot at a
Yeah,
rabbit,
but,
shoot at anything.
but remember,
Yeah.
certain creatures are nocturnal by nature, innit? Like the badger. The badger comes out at night on purpose. You know, like that.
Yeah.
The
Yeah.
mole and the
Yeah.
man there. What's the other one? The
Yeah.
owl. The owl is
Right.
them,
On
bro. The owl
purpose
is a
for
wicked
night.
man. The owl
Yeah.
is a real
Aye,
wicked man.
even the bats, and they're gonna
Yeah.
mash up the day for
Yeah,
everyone.
bats. Of course, the bats are the wicked man. Yeah.
And now
The
we
bat's
got a
hot
thing
like
called
human
COVID.
body with wings, just moving about. Yeah.
No, do you know what though? No, the bat is a leech because he's sucking blood and them thing there. But you see the owl's a wicked man, cuz you see the way he comes, he's swooping in. He swoops in and picks up them rats, rude boy. Listen, and it's dark, you can't see nothing. Now you're gonna see that.
Ah,
Wicked
Blood,
man.
It's
for that.
wicked. It's wicked. Yeah,
built
for
for that.
sure. And as I say, you can just
The
learn
bats
things of
eat
nature. I'd
insects.
rather
That's what
learn
the
of
bats
nature,
eat, by the
yeah, than to learn of
Same
man.
here, bro.
Yeah.
Yeah, but
And that's all
Yeah.
my point. What I'm trying to say is just that
Yeah.
I think that just
That
me.
makes
I could be
sense.
wrong. But I just don't believe man. I don't believe the hearts of men. But
I
everything
know,
is
my
just
brother, but
corrupted.
if we
You
didn't
feel me?
mix smashing that stone against the rock and creating a flint and then creating the fire, like us doing it, we wouldn't be like. We need to understand what we're dealing with. Even berries, bro. You could pick certain berries and dead.
But
Yeah.
maybe that's why we've evolved a certain way. Because if you think about it, yeah, you see, you got certain
That's
birds,
true.
yeah, like you got the falcon, yeah. The falcon's out in the daytime, yeah, and he's similar to the owl. He can see them rats from miles away, cuz he's picking them up real quick. But remember, it's
Yeah.
daytime, cuz he's not the real
Yeah.
wicked man out here. Cause you see, when it turned gangster hours, only owls are about.
Yeah. And imagine some man don't even know how to
Even
make fire.
maneuvers, mate. Yeah.
Adrian, I don't know
That's
how
how
to
it is.
make fire yet. So imagine back then when they realized how to cook their food and to cook the meat.
But how did
Cause the
they
man
realize?
Cause the man they're corrupted, bro. This is what I'm trying to tell you. Look, there's certain places in Jamaica they don't. I know you'll get you. Before everyone start gunning, I beg you, just pull up for this 60 seconds, yeah. Certain places in Jamaica, you know, they don't cook their food. Don't gun, not yet. This old back, yeah. They don't cook food, but they live long, all 90, 100 years, bro. The Rasta man there, they don't ramp, bro. They don't care about man's electric. They're quite
No, but
happy with their
that's
candles.
That's
Yeah,
though,
bro.
bro. Remember, they don't eat meat, you know. So you don't have to cook if you're not eating meat, you know. It's only really meat and them thing you have to cook. You see it?
Go on. You see it? Thank you. Boy. So thank you. You say me, Shupa. Cause I know certain people ready to gun. Like, yeah, what do you mean you don't cook meat?
No, I knew that was the answer. I knew that was the answer. Obviously, you know.
Yeah. Nah. You see? So
They're
I
keeping it
feel what
veggie,
you're
so
saying.
they're blessed.
I feel what you're saying, Shafi. Like, you got to know where you fit in. Like, you correct me if I'm wrong. If you're saying it, but I'm taking what you're saying is like basically, you know, however you live and whatever suits you, you adapt to what suits you best. Do you get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It's like someone who plays football may not be able to play golf as good as Tiger Woods or something like that. Like, get where you fit in, know your place, know
Can
your
I give you a
position,
better
and play
example?
well.
Can I give you a better example? It's like man and woman, isn't it? Yeah. Because you see, as a man functions on a certain level, and a man's gonna do what it takes. He don't care about the things in his way, the blockades in the road. He's gonna remove them, cuz. Now, a woman is a different type of creature. A woman might be cautious about removing that blockade in the road because she's cautious about breaking a rule or stepping on someone's toes. Where man don't give a damn about things like that. Man them are cutting and going.
Go on.
This is why,
And then go on.
Your story,
And then they come
I'll tell
together
your story, right?
and make a balance.
come on,
See?
God. What she saying?
Come on.
Let me tell you a story, right? There was a man, yeah, in Kingstown, right? And there was a man, up at Chateaubelair, lived up in the hills, right? Now, the man down always looked at him and he used to see him with his lawnmower. And he said, man, me have to break my back with this sickle every day to cut this grass. And he goes, man, me have to work every day just to put petrol into this lawnmower. That's the story.
It's
Right.
a madness. Yeah, that's a madness.
Yeah. But
I
think
like that.
about it, yeah? One man is doing it himself, yeah, and not having to go to work, but the other man's got a machine, but he has to go to work.
Yeah.
So what was the moral
Well,
to the story? What was the
Yeah.
moral? What's the moral?
yeah, I think I was
Just,
waiting for that.
just be grateful for what you do, man, because whatever you're doing it for a reason.
Yeah, that's it. That's good. Yeah.
Yeah,
You know
I
what I
hear
mean?
that.
And like
I hear
where we talking about where we live, like imagine if Jamaica turned into cities, bro. There's gonna be no paradise. There's gonna be no fruit. Because you know what? You're gonna knock down everything. That's why the people out there live like how we live. They live rich. Yeah.
Mm,
We
Yeah.
live rich because we you know,
do.
we don't have to go up the hills to the farm and all that. Imagine that. You have to work, yeah? But you're working for yourself. Here, you're going to work for somebody else and to eat. Yeah? You could quickly go up there, live by your means, have 2 goat, cow.
I wouldn't really cast that as rich for myself, though. That
It's
is
rich.
I look at that as just fortunate. I don't really look at it as rich.
It's
Nah,
rich, man.
different
Free.
thing, man.
Have your own
Can
cattle, have your own geese, but then all you have to do is go out there and feed it.
I ain't
Or
gonna lie.
go work,
I love
get up,
avocado. Yeah.
get up, go work 10 hours, get up, go work 10 hours to earn some money, and then go and buy the same thing dead. Choose a life. What one do you want to do? If you're nature
Dead.
and all that.
That dead. Cause you know what? I love pear. Yeah, I love avocado. Yeah, but you see over here, I never get one good one yet. Even when they fly over from overseas, yeah, and bring over here now, yeah,
Dirt.
it's like once it left the island, that not good again. Do you get what I'm
It's
saying?
not
Like
good, nah.
it's not the same as if it was there and you have it. It's like whoa,
It's picked too
smooth,
early,
everything's
and
nice.
it's picked too early, and it's just stump. It's not
Jeez,
good.
I feel alive when I'm over there. I feel strong. Raw.
Yeah.
Like everything,
can
I feel strong, bro. Like the light, what we call the light, the sunlight, yeah, and everything. Like it powers man up. Everything differently to the sun over here. It's weird. So that's why I beg to differ that the sun is not really a light. It's just an energy thing, and where it's hitting with all the things in the atmosphere. Do you know what I mean? Whether the helium and this, whatever foolishness they got in the air over here, all the pollution and everything, it's not the same.
Pollution.
You're not gonna get it's the same star that where we're receiving, but we're not actually receiving it the same way. It's weird. Do you understand? Like you got light pollution. Yeah. So when you look up and you see the stars and there's Orion's belt, Brethren, if you go somewhere else, yeah, where there's not a lot of light pollution, yeah, you're seeing different stars right next to that Orion's belt. Like, right, where's all these stars come from?
I know.
Trillions.
I know.
Like,
Yeah.
and you go back to London, you're like, bro, hold on, it looks naked.
Yeah.
Like something don't add up. That's all I'm saying. You know what I mean? And that's why I'm like,
That's a fact.
like, I think we have, if you say you call it rich, I call it expensive technology we have. Back then they never had that, but yet they know more than we do now. Oh, this is weird. Like, you know what I mean? Like, how comes they're talking about this nebulous constellation and all this, yeah? And that this, I forgot what the Andromeda and something and where from here and this and that. And you're like, okay. But then the same place in Ethiopia, I mean, Egypt, yeah? Well, it was all Ethiopia once upon a time. But anyway, skip that past, yeah? That pyramid holds the same amount of bricks, what they call sun years, back then we call now light years. The same amount of bricks that's in them pyramids is the same amount of sun years it would take to get to that star. Now you can go and Google it and look it out. It's the same thing. I swear on my life. How did they know that? How did they know that?
Yeah, but
How
earlier
did they
on,
know that?
yeah, but earlier on, didn't someone say that they weren't too sure on a next star that they haven't seen?
Yeah.
See,
Yeah,
I
what
really
like
know sun
a
and moon.
binary star.
That's all I know is sun and moon and things that just twinkle.
I feel where they're coming from though, because a binary star doesn't have to be like it has to be put up next to this star like it's you got them Siamese twins and things like that. It don't mean that the star has to be here. It could be circulating from another. It could take another elliptic. It could be going across where we won't even see it. Do you get what I'm saying? It's spinning. We're looking at things how we can fathom it. On a cosmic level, that star's probably going years, like billions of years away, coming back to circle this star because that's its binary. That's what it does. Shit, I'm just thinking that I'm just trying to think out the box. Like end of the day, no idea is original. You hear people speaking how I'm speaking. So I'm not trying to fake it like, yeah, I've got all the answers. Not at all. I just try and make sense of things like, oh, okay, I get that.
Yeah,
that makes a bit
debunk.
of sense still.
Yeah,
You know what I
always
mean?
have to question everything, man, and debunk it.
Thank you. Amen. I mean, that's real. That's all. Because last time I checked, I don't watch the news, but yeah, I don't watch TV. But yeah, I'm hearing about, Russia's locked down all the McDonald's in there. I was like, what? That's nuts. This is real.
Bro,
So these things have been prophesied here. Now they're going to just turn from east and west. It's just going to be a war thing. All this Middle East rubbish. It's just Africa. Yeah. Like, end of the day, it's going to kick off. It's kicking off. It's years of war. Like, we're in it. Like, whoa. Like, every step. If anything I'm talking, remember, I never made this up, Someone predicted this from a long time ago. You understand? So some clever clogs just thought it was a good idea to start changing names and just to confuse you. Just do this, innit? Just here to cause confusion. Yeah. Angels, aliens. Like, it's just a game.
well, listen, bro. Let me tell you this, right? Let me tell you this. If I knew, let's say, I've been here before, right? Or my people have been here before. And we've got strict instructions, to make sure that the world, or we can make it survive again, right? The first thing, I ain't going to want people knowing that I've come from the sky. Yeah? So I'm going to try and hide that, And the second thing is, if they do start understanding that, then that is what I'm going to start doing. But I'm going to separate everyone and have them all thinking different things, all different stories about it. Yeah, just to prepare for them so that they know that when I need to kill their asses, because it's out of my hands. Because they're greedy, global warming, not enough this, all that, blah, 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 then that's the excuse. And no one will blame it on me.
You're not even to be seen. You're missing.
Exactly.
It's true.
And thank you for building our spaceships, and thank you for putting all that money into the technology to get us off the planet.
Don't.
See, but you saying that, like, obviously that's a perspective, innit? And obviously everything's about perspective, because we could all see, the same thing in 10 different ways, from 10
He's
different.
got a big point, though, Schiffer.
He has got a big point.
Fucking
but
big
you see,
point.
The thing is now, you see, the thing is now, what we have to understand is, let me explain something now, big up Foxy Moon, big up Wagwan, sis. Nice to see you over here. Bless up. But I wanted to say this, like, if you look at it from the perspective of, have you ever watched Star Trek?
Yeah, man.
Yeah. Beat me up, Scotty. Vanish, gone.
If you ever watched Star Trek, you remember you got the ship, the starship, whatever it's called, the Enterprise, Now on the ship, there's a hierarchy in it. You got a certain man that's in charge. That's the captain, isn't it?
Yeah.
In charge on the ship. But you see, when you come off of the ship, captain ain't in charge no more. Now we got admirals. We got people higher up the chain. Do you understand? And then we've got the founding members. Yeah. So you see, once we get to the founding members, these are the people that own the things. They own all of these ships. They own the fleet. You just manage one ship. You're just a captain. Do you understand? But we own the fleet. So that's what we have to kind of be looking at when we're talking about, like, when we're dealing with.
You're referring to the covenant.
Now, when we're dealing with the Most High, that's how we have to look at it. The Most High owns this, isn't it? This is like, we're living here, isn't it? We live on this planet, innit? All right, you might have some generals, you might have some guys that think they're kings, queens, they might even think they're gods, but guess what? Guess what? We didn't put this together ourselves. We didn't make this.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm coming from, and that's kind of the perspective I take on it. That that higher power, is allowing us to run the thing, just like the admirals are allowing the captains to run their thing, and whoever's higher up the chain is allowing the admirals. Just like the president allows the generals to do their thing, but the bankers allow the president to do his thing. So whoever's at the top of the food chain, is really pulling the strings, and that kind of makes sense. Because why wouldn't they be? If they're the founder, if they're the one who created it, the one who built it from the ground up, then ultimately it's their baby, innit?
Yeah.
And that's why the Most High is the father. Because this is his baby, and we're his baby. Like that. It makes sense, bro. I'm telling you,
does make sense. It does make sense. I can't even argue that. That's not even something to argue. It's that's quite factual.
Mm.
You know what I mean?
But then when we say we're the babies, think how much we know. Think how much we've discovered, like up to this time, day and time in history. Yeah, like you said, rocket ships, missiles, nuclear bomb. We got cars, planes, trains.
No, you see now, that's what I'm saying. I feel you're going backwards now. You just said all that, and it was really
hold up. Let me land. We got all of these things, yeah. Car, plane, train, helicopter, whatever, bam, yeah. But think about it. If we're the baby, what have they got, Kaz?
You're referring to a civilization, like depending on what kind of like rank they are. What kind of is it? Civilization one.
Some of these angels and some of these beings, yeah, have been around longer than the planet's been around, Kaz.
Yeah.
So if we put that in perspective, if we've got what we've got, we got plane, train, helicopter, rocket ship, we got gun, missile, all of these things. What have they got, bro?
Who are they you referring to, though?
I'm talking about angels.
Right. So look. I'm with
That's
you.
Gonna be the next level.
I think how you dropped it with the Most High situation. I was with you all the way until you start talking about this expensive technology and things that we are manipulating. The thing is, though, and then you bring it back again, and I don't know. Correct me if I'm wrong, yeah. But bro, you just mentioned there's creatures and things that's been on this planet longer than humans, and that's why I'm like, this guy's making sense. You see, all it's gonna be is just a delete, yeah. However, bacteria has been here from the beginning of whenever, bro. Yeah, they don't like to recognize that as a living organ because they're like, oh no, it's just nothing. It's just it needs a host. Yeah, cool. But there's certain caves that there's no air, no water, no nothing. If I'm trying, just Google it. Go look it up, YouTube it. Yeah. That's thousands of miles down there. Yeah, cool. And it's alive. They're like, bro, it doesn't make sense to man. Yeah.
But the thing is, though, cuz think about it like this, cuz they haven't even been to the deepest depths of the ocean yet. Yeah. Let me just put the link in the chat quickly. Anyone who wants to join, I'm putting the link in the comment section of the chat. The StreamYards link with the jokes and banter logo beside it. But I'm saying, like, if they ain't even been to the deepest depths of the ocean, guess what? We ain't got the technology that created them things that are down there. We ain't got that level yet. But somebody did.
Or see, you're doing it again, bro. Like what I'm saying is, you're thinking limited, though, bro. You're thinking the proper westernized, like limited, bro. Like in the sense of, and now you can defend yourself and tell me I'm wrong. That's fine. But I'm saying in the sense of, like, it's like, bro, like we need things to make us relevant. Yeah, you can take a swimmer. Yeah, take Michael Phelps. Yeah, one of the legend, the icon in my eyes, in my opinion. Yeah, the dude is one of the best swimmers. He lost the last one. I think he deliberately gave that away, right? Just for the youngster. Like, yeah, go on, have it. Like, your time now, innit? Yeah. But the thing is, yeah, bruv, if you look at swimmers, yeah, like Michael Phelps and all the rest of them, bruv, they kind of shaped like a fish, you know.
I hear you.
Yeah, look at people that ride bikes and you see them in the Olympics. They look like the shape of the bike. You look at somebody who pull planes and things like that. The guys may not have a 6-pack, 8-pack, 10-pack, but that 1-pack will bruck your
There is people with webbed feet. Remember, you got guys with arms like Popeye. You got guys with forearm like Popeye and hand like Popeye.
You see, then why would you need a car? Why would you need man-made stuff to do things with?
All right, no.
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 Then,
you didn't get my point. You didn't get my point. Let me explain it to you properly. Yeah. When I say technology, yeah, that's something that men make, as in me, you, politicians, or normal people of today, this day and age, like human beings have created technology, but we're forgetting that we are a technology. We're forgetting that when you go down to the deepest depths of the ocean, you got certain types of creatures down there, like certain types of sharks you ain't never seen before, Kaz. He's been engineered different, Kaz. And this is what
I like that one. It's been engineered differently, It's true though. It's true. But that's what I'm trying to say. I look at life like that, like a fight with Tyson, yeah? You see what it is, bruv. I'm not foolful, Yeah, I will get in the ring with Tyson and be like, I might shot man a box. Like, you know what? Actually, I keep it real. I'm not ready for you today, But know this much, bruv. I'm gonna come back, And when I come back, I'm ready for you, Bridget. Yeah, it's like gym. You go to the gym, you do 10. Your body's smart, bruv. It will tell you, that was a lot that you did, Now when you go back, you do the 10 like it's nothing. So you say, all right, let me do 15. It says, I don't like that. When I go back, so in that time now, before you know it, you're built to do that, bruv. And I'm saying, I reckon we, as humanity, we can do those things, but we have not been focused on those things. We've been focused on building up people's empire and warring with one another and not liking another person who's got the same complexion as me, bro. Yeah, these things have been pushed out there. You listen to the music, like you got black boys and black girls who are given all the respect, like all the money to chat shit on the radio about nothing. Yeah, and hate one another and run competition, than to really focus on, what life's really about. Do you know what I mean? Like finding like a peace, real peace, real success, yeah, in life, yeah, is a peace of mind. You know how good it would be to have a peace of mind? Most of these people that's all labeled schizophrenia or, bipolar or ADHD, it's just all names. They're going to have another 100,000 names to give you. Any excuse not for you to really channel and meditate on what really, I better shut my mouth. They'll probably get rid of me and I'm a nobody. But I know what I'm saying is facts because I'm in tune with myself. It's so beautiful to know yourself, Like,
yeah,
I'm just saying it's
that's why I pointed that. That's why I had to clear up that point to you because, like I said, when we look at like the body of a creature, we don't necessarily see it as a technology. But I would imagine that a lot of technology is designed and based on the bodies of creatures. Because remember, we're talking about energy recycling. We're talking about taking the energy from one place to another, then recycling it right back to where it started, and never ending energy, constant.
Yeah, for sure.
You feel where I'm coming from?
Yeah, that's levels still.
All right. Great. So you look inside of your body, you got a heart, you got lungs. Yeah, because remember the lungs are taking the air and it's got the oxygen. The heart is recycling the oxygen and pumping it around the body. You got a brain. The brain is thinking for you and help. So it's all energy transfer.
Yeah, just like a car, you got the engine, you got the manifold, you got the intake manifold, you got the exhaust manifold. That's like farting all over the place. You got the brain, and the brain, the ECU, is functioned by the soul. The soul is you driving. So who's taking your wheel? Like T.I. said, Jesus, take the wheel, fam. Trust me. Like, yeah. Both sides.
Let me hear from Sister Foxy though. Let me hear from Sister Foxy. What's good, Fox?
Sister Foxy.
Peace, salute, Brother Schiffer. Salute to the panel.
Thanks, sis. Nice to hear from you.
Yes, it's been a minute. So it's good to be on the same wavelength and catch you.
Come on. What did you think of the subject?
So I'm coming in a little late, so I don't know what the subject is too much, but when you were mentioning about how we don't know what the bottom of the ocean and creatures living down there are. And I mentioned this on my live yesterday, and I find it funny how people could be sent off to the moon and supposedly quote unquote to the moon and sending vehicles out to Mars, but we don't have that same capacity to go down to the bottom of the sea, or at least get further than we, you know.
Exactly.
And the thing is, that's so much further away. How would it, like, all right, you got a remote control car, yeah? Now, if I take my remote control car to the park and I drive it around, you know, in the sandpit, it's right next to me. It's still functioning because it's getting signal. How is this remote control car getting signal all the way on Mars? I just don't get it. I'm confused.
Exactly.
You can't
And
put one under
does
the ocean.
is the air not, is the pressure not the same as it would be down in the ocean?
Thank you.
Good point. Good point.
Thank you. So I'll tell you, like, we're born last night, bro. Like, that's what I'm trying to say, bro. Like, I don't believe the hearts of men, bro. They're lying. So I weren't trying to gun after. I forgot who it was who was speaking. I weren't really trying to be like, you know, a troubleshooter. It was just literally, bro, I don't believe man. Do you get what I mean? I'm a man, so end of the day, I can lie. People lie to the Most High every day. You think they're not gonna lie to me? Oh, really? Whatever.
Yeah,
I'll just act like I believe
that's a
you.
great point. And I also have brought that up as well. Because so for those that don't know, just a little background about me is that I read tarot cards. And I had just started this back in 2018. Got tapped into spirit, and you know, I grew up as a Christian, went to Catholic school up into the 9th grade. But now I'm kind of just like, it's me and myself and I and source, and you know, whatever spirit guides and ancestors are rocking with me, because at the end of the day, these Bibles, books, and Qurans and Torahs, they've all been written by man, so it's up for interpretation of, and their storyline comes 2,000 years after supposedly this man Jesus walked the earth. So it's room for it, you know, if men are writing the stories, they can write anything. So
how long have you been tapping into that side?
So I started doing readings for myself back in 2018, but now I have a channel and I do personal readings. But I also have these kind of conversations on my platform as well. So I don't just only do the tarot cards. Like I kind of,
but
after I do
tell me something. Do you not get like interference? You know, like, is it like reception where you might be phoning someone, but you might end up speaking to someone else in America or somewhere in Australia? Like, I think you know where I'm going with this.
Yeah. No, I totally get you.
I like to think you know where I'm going with it.
No, and that's a good question, because a lot of people will have that same kind, not a lot, but some people would have that kind of concept. Like, how do you know who you're talking to is righteous? And how do you know you're not talking to a demon or an alien? For me, it just, my spidey senses let me know like how it's feeling. And obviously we all have that. We all have that intuition in us. Some have it a little bit more than others, where it peaks a little bit higher than others. And so, you know, if your intuition tells you I shouldn't have gone down that street because it was looking a little sketchy, but it might have been a shortcut to get to your house. That's the same feeling when I do readings. I feel good about it. And so I know that I'm tapping into something that's of positive light and not something that would be, you know, what they call quote unquote evil.
Well, maybe you're the positive then. Maybe you're like, because I think a lot of what's going on around us in life, is under our control without us even knowing it. You know, because everyone's emanating an energy from them. Like, we've got an energy source inside, and it kind of vibrates and sends out radioactive kind of signals. And I think that, you know, all of those energies are what kind of drive our. That's like our driving force. That's what, you know, gives us our impulses to then think of something or look at something, and that seems like what I want. Do you feel where I'm coming from? That kind of creates our personality and does all of these wonderful things for us. So I think that to an extent, maybe it's you that is the positive, you know, force within all of that, because it's not just it's not just receiving information, it's how you utilize it. You know, one person could read the Art of War and use it to change the world for the better, and another will use it to change the world for the worse. You see me?
It's like a hammer, innit? Some what the masonry people do, they'll build things, or you got someone who just beat someone down with it. I don't, do you know what I mean? Yeah, I feel where you come from. You know?
Yeah, definitely. I definitely get you on that too. I guess, you know, because like I just said, if we're supposed to be in the image of God or the likeness, and we have spirit, that same kind of spirit in us, then yeah, it's possible. I don't want to say, you know, I don't want to walk around here and say I'm God or goddess. But I definitely, if I'm tapping into that type of energy, then it has to be in me as well. But I don't want to, I'm not taking, when I do the readings, I'm not looking at it like I'm looking on the outside and then looking in, when it could be very well possible that it's me, you know, all along.
Could the spirits be elements? Or could there be?
I actually work with angels, so I'm working on a higher than the spirit. It's the spirit, I guess, of whoever's. Because sometimes I'll get somebody's like deceased, you know, loved one that will come over. So that's their energy, that's their spirit. But when I'm tapping in to make sure that I'm getting, you know, a crystal clear and as truthful as possible with the readings, I'm tapping into the angels. And you know, I actually did meditation one time. I actually got to see Archangel Metatron. So I believe that that's who is working with me.
Well, did you see the Metatron? Did you see the Metatron cube as well?
I've been seeing part of it for the past couple of years, and I've only been tapping into like the triangle, and so and then pyramids. So the pyramids have been, you know, like showing me themselves. And so when I did a meditation a couple of years ago, I actually saw Metatron, and it was, you know, his light, and he was all white, and his face was, you know, not even white, like as far as like a light. It's hard to explain, but it was all just light. But there was this figure, and really big, and I was like, holy crap. Okay, this is Metatron. And he didn't have to say, you know, who he was. I already automatically knew because of his cube and some of the images that I was seeing. So
what dimension does he place himself, or is that something that no one's allowed to know?
No, that's a good question. I would think it's past, you know, the 5th and the 6th, maybe, you know, I don't know if it's the 7th or up to the 10th. But wow, if we can tap in, like, you know, it's crazy because I was mentioning this to my husband. I said, I don't really need to buy one of those Oculus, you know, mask and or you know, to put over your eyes and like go and, you know, go to China and, you know, be out there while I'm sitting in my house. I'm like, I actually can zone out, and when I do meditation, it's called astral projecting, and I could go there without that stuff.
Like a proper like a proper, you know, like metaverse kind of, the real metaverse, not no computer man-made thing that you put on, and then, do you know what I mean? It's the real one. And this is what I'm trying to tell you, Shifra, fam. Like, they had this, we got expensive technology, whereas back then they had real technology, bruv. And I believe they were really like zooming in and out and like, you know, teleporting places. I just believe that.
Yeah, because you got to think about it. Look at the ancient civilization of the Mayas and the Aztecs, and they have all those hieroglyphs. Now it's up for argument if that was the first civilization, but if they have a pyramid that's older than the Giza pyramids, then I'm thinking that all on South America, North America, that was the first where civilization started. So there's kind of this debate because they're like, oh, you know, everybody's saying, you know, everybody, you know, they came out of Africa. But what I think is that civilization when you look at Pangea and all the continents were merged together, civilization started with the South and North America and migrated back, and, you know, they went out west and east and then came back and forth. So it's almost like, well, did the chicken come before the egg kind of thing? But if there's a pyramid that's older than the pyramids in Africa,
for sure,
in Egypt, you know what I'm saying? It makes you question. So they had different type of technology and aqueducts way before we did, and that kind of got, hidden and demolished through time. And
But some of them are even there because they know. Because if you look at like a motherboard on a chip in a computer, it's the same shape as those pyramids. Like you've got the Mayans, the Aztecs, and they totally massacred them. They say, "Oh, they just disappeared." Whatever, you killed them. That's because that's your thing, right? Do you know what I mean? And I think civilization kind of started in the ocean. Why? I don't know. Because they say it's 70-80% ocean than there is land. So maybe everything started there. But I don't know. I'm crazy. Here's the thing. Time traveling. I've said it on the one of this show before, Shipware, and I say it to people all the time. They just think I'm nuts, but I'm like, listen, there has to be some truth in it. Like time travel, I time travel all the time because I can think of someone or something from way back and make me laugh today. I'm here in the physical, but mentally, I've time traveled. But when people think of time travel, they think of like a time machine or like we so limited on like the power of the mind, the neutrons that in the brain cells, like everything is like this, like it is mimicking the stars, the constellations that we look upon. You understand? So if we're kind of being like, if we got like a sheet that's covering the sky, this artificial light that's blinding us, how are we mirroring what's up within? Do you get what I mean? I might probably losing you right now, but do you get me? Like the thing is, I know what I'm saying. It's just literally, it gets deep. We can channel into these things. I think it's powerful for everyone to do it. If everyone was doing it, the vast majority was doing it, tapping in, crazy. We'll see a different world.
I feel that way too. And when we start realizing that we are made up of the universe and we're stardust. And when we start thinking that on a higher frequency and a higher vibration, all this material stuff is not going to matter. It's going to be, it's beneath us. And I also think that civilization might have come out of water as well, because think about it. When you see a tadpole and you see the human fetus, they're both the same when they're growing.
Exactly. And the ocean would have been, I could be wrong, but this is what they're telling me, but they're just lying. The thing is, they are liars, isn't it? They are liars, but moving on, is that end of the day, I reckon that the ocean was once a comet. Since they were talking about the stars, I really do think it was a comet. I do think it was a big ice comet. I don't think the star is really like fire. I just think it's just, what it's giving off when it hits the atmosphere and the earth. What they call it? What's that thing called? That thing that's protects the planet. They call a planet. Yeah. Like,
the ozone.
Huh?
Ozone layer.
Yeah, is that what they call it? Yeah, that's what they call it. Yeah, right there, like that. Now, that's what we were speaking about earlier, where some countries are hotter than some other countries, but it's the same star. I'm just saying that we just, because we've been feeding how to learn things like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. We know how to count. We know their structure, how to count. I'm not saying they're wrong. I'm just saying that's just their way of limiting our minds and how counting should really go. Really, counting could be 1, 2, 6, 5. 6, 20 or whatever. You get what I'm saying? It's all vortex. Do you get what I mean? But they're not telling you the truth. They're just manipulating it so you can keep them above you. Do you get what I'm saying? Like, oh man, I wish I was someone who was just like this totally like a flipping genius, bro. Like you can just outthink everything. I'll give everyone the bloody answers, bro, and turn on them. Do you get what I mean? And that's my whole point, is that they're not going to allow that to take place.
Well, and here's the thing, they're not. But here's the thing: when you mentioned about teleporting and time traveling, when we go to sleep at night, that's exactly what some of us do that. When you dream. Some people can't remember their dreams.
I can sorry to cut you. I know it's so rude to cut.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, nah, sorry to cut you, but you know what it is? You're so right. I had to just tell you, you're so right. Do you hear me?
Yeah, no, yeah, that's what I'm saying. So
Yeah, I
we're
had to
hung
tell
up
you
on
so,
this.
man.
Yeah, we're hung up on the machine because that's what we saw in Hollywood. But in actuality, yeah, I've been places in my dreams that I've actually in real life then come to see it like years later, and I'm like, oh snap, I've seen this place in my dream. It's mind blowing. I've never been there. I've even I've even gone out to the UK where you guys are at in a dream. And when I come to
What?
see it like on TV, not on TV, I'm sorry, on the computer, because I was like, let me look up what this is. It's like one of the museums out there, like one of your like very frequently visited museums. And I'm like, I've never been there before, but I could tell you what it looks like.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
definitely, we definitely have this, we definitely can time travel. We can go into the
I've
future
not been
and we
on.
go
I've not been on that level though. I'll be real, and who wants to say man's crazy? That's fine. But I'm just being for real. I love me, cause you know what it is. I hope no one don't kidnap me. Here's what it is. Yeah, I know how. Like the filming section. I can actually, not all the time, but a lot of times now I'm getting great with it. I know when I'm in a dream. I can actually control if I can go into a dream, and
Yeah,
sometimes
me
I go into a
too.
dream within a dream. You feel what I'm saying? And it's like, whoa.
Yes, me
And then I
too.
think of when I wake up, when I'm just going about my business for the day or whenever, yeah. I think to myself, like, rah, like, what if that film is really real? That inception where you actually get lost in a dream and you're just there forever. Like, I'm just like, I'm
What
crazy, I
about
get it. But this is
what
real.
about when you're sleeping and you wake up and there can be
Yeah.
like a big black mass of darkness? It's almost
No,
like,
I've never. Yeah, that's
yeah,
madness, isn't
I've
it?
had that a few
Yeah.
times.
You
And the
know
very
what?
last
Or
time
the
that I had
sleep
it,
paralysis. Yup. I've had
yeah,
that one. And
right.
that's
And
scary.
I
and
had that all the time.
I knew in the room, there was something with me because I could see this black mass of just blackness, and it was right next to me, to the left of me, right. And it also happened with my son,
How did you feel though?
because what happened with my son was we basically, when I got with his mum, let me tell you the story. Yeah, when I got with his mum, she had a visit from her granddad, and her brother had a visit as well. Her brother was seeing some Indian girl, and she was seeing me. Now he said something. The brother saw the granddad, went crazy. She done the same thing. I was like, oh shit, my granddad visited me and said, don't do it to your parents. Anyway, she ends up getting pregnant. The mum and dad end up kicking her out of the house. We move into this new place. Start seeing like shadows. And because she was scared, I always kept quiet about it, innit? But there was one particular day, um, was when just before my son was born and everything, she was like, oh, can you get me that out of the blah blah blah? And I said, I'm not in there. She goes, I've just seen you go in there. I said, nah. She was like, oh. So anyway, my son's born. We take him home. Now I don't know if I'm tired, yeah, but I wake up and he's pram, because we put him in the pram because he didn't want to go in the cot. Now when he was in the pram, I was using one hand to push it in it. So then I must have fallen asleep, woken up, and I could see his pram going. So I'm like, nah, 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 nah. And all I can move is just like my head. So I go to like say something to her. She can't hear me. I go like to look at my son, and the pushchair's just going mental. Yeah, so I'm like, fuck this. Like the scaredness is all come out. Now I'm trying to relax in it, and I'm like, I'll go get to my son. Yeah, and I'm not gonna lie. Yeah, like even though I don't believe in God and all that, I did like say, I
Yeah,
gotta get to my son. And when I done that, it's like the whole thing just stopped, bro. Like I literally woke up and saw the last few little shots of the pushchair, and I was like, fucking hell. And then I grabbed him, told her, and I said, he's coming in the bedroom. So anyway, a few months later, I've come home from work. We put him in the middle of our bed, and we put the blanket, which is a light summer blanket, down by his feet, over his waist, by his feet, because it's hot, man. Weather's hot as it is anyway, so he's calm. Anyway, she's called me screaming. The blanket's gone over his face. So I'm like, what the fuck? And I'm like, we're both trying to blame each other, yeah, but boy, there's no way his tiny little feet can kick that over there. It's not happening. Anyway, as we're about to leave, we're packing up stuff, right? And the suitcase that our mum and dad gave her to leave with, we find her granddad's glasses in it.
Correct me if I'm wrong. Are you
Wow.
saying that do you feel like the wherever it was trying to remove the blanket from
Well,
what
like I
was
say
said?
to you, bro, yeah, I was always scared when I was younger about ghosts, but then because I turned to spirituality and stuff, yeah, I learned that if you show respect to everything, then and you hold yourself as a, I don't know, morally good, then nothing. Then I believe, like, I've got protection from my ancestors. I've got protection from maybe my dead cats or my dead dogs. You know what I mean? Because that's how close you are, and it's a bond, and it's something that you could take with you. With them when bruv, like you can bring them. That it's around, bro. It can't go, bro. You know what I mean? It's there, and yeah, bro. Because like one day, bruv, like we both were sitting there, and when her head turned, I turned, and she goes, "Did you just see that?" So I was like, "Yep." She was like, "Shit, man, fucking hell, what the fuck?" And I was like, "I told you." Like, and then we never said nothing, but then one of the social workers, because it was a social worker building that we had to stay in at the beginning, she started going around with incense candles and saying like, only good spirits here. So I started asking, I was like, you know what? Like, my nan does that, That's a little something that, like, you know what I mean? I'm not going over do like walk around with paper, say a little something with a candle, you know what I mean? Say a little something, be like, she was like, yeah, there's been a bit of negativity. So we told her, yeah, and she was like, no way. So yeah, man, I've seen stuff as well, bro. I've seen stuff as well. So I definitely know that if you got that gift, then there's definitely special people in the world.
How do you
Yeah.
feel though? How do you feel when
I think
you're
it's a gift because my mum had it as well. My mum had this thing where I'll be honest with you, it was embarrassing to say she's walked in, she'll be like, who's got a brother? And they'll be like, oh, my brother just died. She's like, oh. So a bit like you. And then my nan, not as much, but way back then, she used to be really tuned in. And she used to have dreams and visions. See, now if my nan has a dream and a vision, that's it. I'm listening. Same as if I go to her and say, oh, look, Nan, I had this dream about rabbits, black rabbits, spiders, black snakes, black donkeys. Everything was black, 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 yeah. And I'm walking along and it's like I'm going from one scenario to another scenario. Then it's like, I'm not scared. So she's like, well, let me tell you what that's about. She goes, it's about women. So I'm like, Nan, you know what? I'm just dating a new thing. My ex is going crazy. There's something wrong with, like, I could understand where she's coming from now. And then I understood that there was, I don't know, I just understood it completely because I was like, shit, that's matching up, man.
Yeah, I think that comes from the mom's bloodline as well, because
Yeah, I
my
don't
mom
think,
was
yeah,
my
I
mom
don't
was
think
very
everyone has it. I think
no,
it's a gift.
right. And so that's where my coming into the tarot cards and going into that, it was all making sense because my mom was like, her grandmother used to read tea leaves and she was from Grenada. And my grandfather, my mom's father, also had like, he would always like get premonition dreams, and now I've gotten them. And I've had situations where I've had dreams and I told my son, and he's like, Ma, I hate when you tell me that because every time you say something, it comes true. And I'm like, I'm just trying
Yeah.
to, you know, warn you to be careful, or, you know, just be more alert. So
Yeah. My last
yeah, I think it
dream
comes from
was
the mom.
my
So
last
wait,
dream was a
wait.
fever. I had a fever and I was on the train station 1 minute, next minute I'm on the train track, next minute I'm watching the train go by, but I could smell like that underground tube station smell. You know, a train, yeah? It's so bad in my dream, yeah? And I'm sweating and I'm sweating and I'm sick, yeah? So when I woke up, I was sweating, I was sick, I had diarrhea. The room was sweating. I was like, oh man, blah, 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 yeah? And you know what? Something told me, you know what, Nathan? You need to get, like, at the time, yeah, I was doing something that was a bit naughty, and I said to myself, you know what, Nathan, get rid of this, get rid of all of that, do this, yeah. Now, 3 days or 2 days later, not Babylon, yeah, we need to do this. And you know what, I was so ill, you know, when they took me there, and they're trying to ask me questions, and I was like, my solicitor's like, can you not see a statement? Then I had to go to the hospital, everything like that. Then I'm like, blah, blah, blah. And they're like, oh yeah, we got no evidence. Yeah, they got nothing for. I was like, what? So fuck me, man. Like, I was ill a few days ago, like mad sick, having this badass dream. And something even just told me, listen, son, quickly. Even when I went to St. Vincent, first time I went to St. Vincent, and my nan woke up and she went to go see her mum, Nanny Bessie, yeah? And I had this ring, and on the ring, I will admit it had a portrait of Jesus, a white Jesus, yeah? Now, I woke up and I was like, where's my nanny? Where's my nanny? They're like, oh, she's gone to go see your great grandmother, Aunt Bessie. Go up the road, you go see her. I ain't got a freaking clue, yeah? So I'm debating. And I'm like, wow, I've just woke up in the next country. Like, I'm just in my boxer shorts, yeah? I'm like, you know what? Fuck this, I gotta look for my nanny. So I'm just here, imagine I'm just like in my boxer shorts, yeah? I'm looking like how these lot are rolling, yeah? And I ain't got a clue where I'm going. And my great grandmother was waiting for me. And she says, me knew you will come. And the maddest thing is, yeah, she gave me porridge out of a cup. And she said, come inside, come inside. And she gives me up. And I looked at this picture, the portrait of Jesus. And it was the same portrait that I had on my little baby ring. Mad.
Wow, yo. Wow.
So you said you see the Metatron, right? Here's the thing. It's like, why do you why the Medi the
I've
Archangel?
also seen the Orisha Shango, and he presented himself to me, and I didn't know who he was until I was looking online, and there were these pictures, these images that was exactly what who I saw in my dream. So I didn't mean to cut you up. I'm just like, I've seen
I mean,
things.
just being in a rank of its own now. Why do you think it's allowed you out of everybody forever to see? If he's in
Well,
a rank of itself, it's like the Archangel and
yeah,
Archangels in that. Like what?
Archangel,
Why?
right? That's what I'm saying. Like, he's a high power.
There's no
Yeah.
one's he's in a class of his own. Like, why do you think he allowed you to see?
Because you're
So
worthy of that moment. You could be
yes,
so
yes,
worthy of that moment. You could be not afraid. You could be, but how, like, just imagine you're not wanting to go there,
right.
or you're
And I
not
didn't. I
searching
had
to
no.
go
What I'm
there,
trying to say,
but
this is all second reference, right? However, apparently the Metatron Archangel is an elite. Is no other angels even allowed to see.
Right.
Just
So,
like Enoch, Enoch was just
well,
taken.
he is
Apparently,
Enoch. So here's the thing. So
but that's what I'm
Enoch,
trying to say. It's like,
yeah,
why do you think?
So I'm gonna tell you. One, I think that at that time when he presented himself, that I was highly favored, and you know what I'm saying? Like I was in that class by myself. And then recently, when I say recently, in the past 3 days, I went on to Gematria Calculator, and when I typed in the name Foxy Moon, my name is associated with him. That name, Foxy Moon. Now that name was gifted to me by going out to the Blood Moon 2019. And I was, my grandmother had just transitioned 2018, and I was kind of in between doing, like, I wanted to like start my own little business as far as like selling, spiritual supplies and stuff. So my husband was like, well, why don't you name the business after grandma? And I'm like, nah, I don't want to give her that kind of homage. Like if I'm gonna name something, I'm gonna give her her own thing, but I didn't want to do it after, name my business after her. So we go outside to catch this blood moon, and when I see it, I'm like, I was like, oh snap, that looks like a fox's tail. And literally that's how Foxy Moon came up. Like I had no idea about any, I wasn't thinking about that, but I was like, oh snap, the blood moon, I've never seen a blood moon before in person. So I'm like, oh snap, that looks like a fox's tail. And that's how Foxy Moon came. And so since then, I've been having these I had the Metatron come after that. And then I had Shango, and Metatron, like I said, within the past couple of days, I was like, let me type in what Foxy Moon's name, how those, what numbers is associated with that, and what, other names or what have you is associated. And I was like, my jaw dropped. My name is linked to Metatron, so it just all makes sense now why he would.
It's amazing how you say like the fox's tail, because that's what a few people say, that the red moon is, that's what it kind of looks like. The fox's tail. I've heard that before.
Yeah, just as it was like.
It's amazing that you think like that, because that's it, you know what I mean. Like it's like being on a correct frequency, in line with where you're supposed to be. You know what I mean? I guess.
Yeah, and just in that certain time, like since I was 5 years old, I was getting something like how Nadi was with the visitations of spirits, or I didn't see them frequently, but I saw them, and my encounters are of my deceased loved ones. Like I don't get other people come to me and be like, oh, I need your help, or it's usually just my deceased ones coming to me and just presenting themselves and letting them know I'm here and you're all right. I've had those encounters, and so like within, like I said, 2017, 2018, especially when my grandmother transitioned, that was my earth. It awakened something in me.
Those they call it, it's amazing how they call it, like they've got a name for it, like paralysis, and all these names. Like I feel like paralyzed. Sometimes I feel like I'm sinking in the bed, like I'm being taken out. I rebuke in the name of Jesus. I ain't a Christian. I'm surrounded by Christians, Rastas, and Nation of Islam, and all these, my family. I've got a big family, can't help it. Everyone's got their own beliefs, but cool. Anyway, I choose, and I'll be alive. Me and a cousin of mine, we debate about this all the time, and Christianity is wrong and it's this, and I'm like, yeah, I get you, I understand that, but the thing is, I'll be alive. When I say rebuke in the name of Jesus, that is not real. I will die, and I don't care. Islamic, I don't care. Sikh, I don't care. Whoever, whatever, even Christian. When I say rebuke in the name of Jesus, it goes.
Yeah, no, exactly. I've heard. I was on Clubhouse. Mm-hmm. I was on Clubhouse with a couple of guys, some like in this kind of setting, and he was saying that he was locked up in prison, and he didn't, alone at night. He said he started seeing this entity showing itself, and he knew it was evil. And he had his Bible, and what he was doing was ripping out the pieces and putting it in that corner where he would see it, and eventually it just started to disappear, and he didn't see it. So, I don't subscribe to the religion and stuff either. But if I didn't want anything around me, yeah, I would probably be saying the same thing. Like, I rebuke you, and it's
second nature, but it's a learned belief. and because of like I don't know, like close relatives that taught
Yeah,
me
we
that.
grow up that way.
And
Yeah,
because
exactly.
I've read the Bible back to front from a baby age, like I didn't even know I was doing so. She passed away the other day. One of my nans passed away. She was Jehovah's Witness. Here's the thing, though. Yeah, started off with just my book of Bible stories, getting back and forth, taping everything and reading it. Cool, cool, cool. By the age of 6, 7, I'm back and forth. There's a lot of the Bible I don't understand to now. As I
Yeah.
grow, I understand it more in the times of revelations. I see that here right now. It's cool. Do you know what I mean? I just think it's not that I think it's wrong. I just believe it's being manipulated back to the hearts of men. So here's the thing:
Yeah, it's definitely been
there
manipulated,
is a
and
lot of
it's
truth in it,
hmm
and I do know you may understand where I'm coming from. I don't know nothing about you. But here's the thing: when I say I can be in my home, a place where I call home, and I'm not in my home. I'm somewhere in my home. It's my home. It's still the same place, but it's not my home. You understand? It's like you're half awake and you're half asleep. What they call doolally, for example, or it's like another dimension. It's like you're right here, but you're not here. I'm cool because everyone's gonna dead one day anyway. So let's just put that out there. Anyone who wants to laugh, you're gonna dead. So you can feel how crazy you like. Do you know what I mean? You better start soul searching anyway, right? So here's the thing. I know that a lot of these things like is circled around that name in the name of Jesus. Just saying that I think it pardons me. So I don't
yeah,
fear it.
for sure, for
When
sure.
that entity comes, I don't fear it now. You understand? I don't see physically with my eyes a dark shadow. I know, but I see the dark shadow. I know the shadow's there. I can see it. Like that's what I say. You may understand. You may not. I don't know. What I'm saying is there. I know I'm in different places. I can have a full blow dream in the space of a few minutes or a few seconds. I've been told that. Like, no, you just literally just close your eyes and went to sleep. I'm like, girl, are you crazy? Nah, I'm not been asleep for that. Nah, for real, you just went to sleep. And what do you mean you just had that big dream? That's crazy. Do you get what I mean? And that's where I was referring before. I don't know if you joined in when I said I don't think time is real. I feel like time
No,
is
I
like
didn't. I came in late. Yeah, I
it's,
see y'all guys been rocking out for a long time. I'm coming in late,
yeah.
but
I just
yeah,
like,
time. Yeah, it's limitless, and
yeah.
I feel
But
like I'm
because
kind of like a Doctor Strange. Like with that, you can go into these different parallels, but because man can only see and think so far, it's your spirit
exactly
that further.
is limited, right? It's like we can
Yes.
only think that it's like time, everything's a time, and there has to be. It's like I'm off key, like it's kind of a bit of analytical thinking where I'll be like, someone tell me, yeah, God, and then I'll be like, well, who made God? What was before then? Do you know what I mean? Or the Earth? Well, you can't just tell me we're on the planet Earth. Like, well, what's the planet made of? Like, do you get what I'm saying? That's one way of thinking. Do you get what I mean? And it's kind of like a narcissist in one sense. It's like you it's like a grain of sand
Exactly.
in the whole planet. We're
Right.
still all the grains of sand on the whole planet, what they call a planet, is way more in the universe. This universe. If it's even a universe. Like, you get what I mean? So I just think like I know my place, that I know this. That's why I don't fear. I just give praise to the Most High. And understand that it's a journey and we are being manipulated. You know what I mean? In a major way. So I already know people may feel man's crazy. I said it several times, so I know I really don't give a fuck about it though. Do you know what I mean? Because this world's crazy. It's a reflection of it. Look around you, everyone's crazy. You're gonna spend most of your day trying to form a business or trying to work, or you could work to make someone else rich or something else. You're gonna work to survive and live. That's crazy. That is crazy.
Yeah,
I
I
don't
mean,
think we're made for that.
I don't think I've ever actually had a message of what I need to do. I don't think I'd really
Amen.
want that either. I don't think I'd want a message from beyond telling me you need to do this. I don't think I'd want that, but I just think the free will that I have is just to enjoy what I've got, just to enjoy the sun, like you said, the sun, the sand, the earth, the food, the
Yeah.
water.
Yeah, when
And
you start showing gratitude, that's when everything starts to elevate for you. Because you should never
yeah,
take for granted that you do have water. You know what I'm saying? Like
yeah,
we should never take for granted this plant, this so-called planet.
Mm.
And I think,
I think
and I
that's
feel
yeah.
that when we start giving homage back to this place that we live in and respecting it, things will
Yeah.
start to fall into place. You can't avoid
mm,
every bad thing, but if you're showing that gratitude and you're being thankful and you're being humble, I believe that, you know, roads will open up for you even more, and even on a spiritual aspect.
Yeah.
Like we could definitely be on some fourth, fifth dimension, or rather fifth dimension, you know what I'm saying, with just showing the gratitude, because these elements, they want us to correct and right the wrongs. And I think that's why they have certain people who are chosen with these gifts, so that they, you know, they could elevate humanity as best
You
as
get gifts.
possible.
yeah.
I
I
think
think
that
there is people needed to be able to have these unique gifts, to share it, to deter people, or to save. Yeah, yeah, that, like, yeah, there's got to be some point of,
I mean,
like,
it's amazing that you said how, you don't think you want that message and things, like that you have like a purpose other than what you want to do, like besides what
yeah, because
you
then it's done.
want to do, right?
Then what else
That's
have
a
I
You know,
got
big
to
funny
do?
you saying that though.
responsibility.
Do you know what I'm saying? I'm not trying to disrespect anyone on here that may be of a certain religion or anything. Let's get that out there quick. But it's again, when I read about
Yeah.
apart from Jesus in that Bible, I don't. Someone can correct me, but I just don't remember reading anyone in that Bible that wanted to have that message or that gift that was given. It's like a gift and a curse. Like no, not like
Exactly.
Moses. It's like no, I don't want to go run away and I don't want to go where these people ain't worth it. They'll go back to it. Like everyone didn't want it, but I'm like no one. Abraham didn't want to give away his son. It's crazy. Everyone who was giving it, they didn't want it. Like no, not me. No, I'm not the one. Meshach, and Abednego, they have to go burn up in it. It's like, listen, I'll be in the fire, but not really want to. But yeah, for the most part, not standing and bowing to no man. You mad? Do you know what I mean? I don't think Job wanted to, you know, go through what he went through. I don't think Enoch wanted to go through where he didn't really. I don't know much about Enoch, to be honest.
Yeah, they never
He
tell
got
us too
taken
much
real
about
quick.
Enoch.
No one does, because they left that out in the Bible. I'm telling you, I know what I'm saying.
On purpose.
They left
On
that out
purpose. They
deliberately.
left him out in a
Like,
couple of other gospels on purpose, because they don't want us to know. It's these powers that be know the truth, and that's what I'm saying. When us light beings know what they know, we're unstoppable. And like you said, we might get kidnapped because we do know this stuff.
yeah, I just want you to know that I'm a nobody. I just work. Like,
Yeah.
I'm trying rubbish, by the way. Like, do you get what I'm saying? Like, at the end of the day, nah, I don't want nothing. Like, all this war thing is cool. It's logic. It's logic. As long as no one over here gets hurt, it's understandable. Do your
Well,
thing.
as
If you
long as
must
you're
kill
not at
each other,
war with yourself,
amen. That's
you
it.
should be able to see whatever's out there and find that counteractive way of avoiding that hurting you.
But brother, I'm at war myself already, and you just hear it now. In a way, you are too. I don't really want to. I don't really want to have this message, and it's like you're at war. Like You know, but
Yes.
that's just how I see it. I'm not saying I'm right, and I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm just saying when you said that, that's what I see. So that's what I kind of project when you said that. It's like, oh, okay, well then, yeah. So why am I going to fight
No,
someone
I
else's?
said I wouldn't want to have the message of like, you know, this is what's going to happen in your life.
Right.
Yeah, because
Yeah,
then
that's a big
what have I got to live
responsibility.
for? It's like if I know that, then yeah, like that's just like a little stub. But you know, if something's happening in your life, like something's happening in your life, and I get a little warning, you know, like a message comes, and it's like, look, son, this is gonna happen, or think about this, or nudge, nudge. Like it's unfair for us to rule your life, because then I could have someone ruling my life and not letting me think for myself. But it's nice to have that warmth or little bit of what I think my granddad or someone down his line saying, yo, I need to help this brother because his heart's good, but it's steering somewhere, but not too much, you know? So that's the type of people that I'm on. Like that's my Bible. That's my history. That's what keeps me going, man. Is my bloodline.
And we're not
Most
supposed to know
definitely.
what our destiny is. We're supposed to just live life as every
Exactly.
day as it would be your last day.
Yeah, that's fair.
I hear that. I hear that. I hear that. I do. Here's the thing, though. Has anyone ever watched Heroes before? It used to be a series that used to come on. It used to be a series. It's one of the original
with
series, really.
Cyrus.
Yeah. What did you say? With who?
Cyrus.
Yeah, Sylar.
Yeah.
Yeah. You see, it's funny you say Sylar. Like now, I can relate to that dude because his powers was like basically he was craving, innit? He used to crave knowledge. Just couldn't help it. It was just part. He's got to know. He's got to know. It just has to know how everything functions. It's like a sickness, they say.
Yeah, definitely.
Why do you have to? Why do you have to? Like, why don't you just obey that you're not? There's not a human. There's not a person. People hold people in high regards and this and this. And what's that guy called? Elon Musk or something. Yeah, good to the guy. I don't know the guy, but you know what I mean? Like, to me, it's like, how can I put it?
At the end of the day, it's just a person. It's just when you see above that, and that's what I'm saying. Like you asked, that was a great question that you asked me. How do I know what would make me so special that Metatron presented himself? Like no one really gets to speak about Metatron.
But I didn't mean no harm though.
No, I didn't take it. I did not take it that way. I did not take it that way. I took it as like,
yeah.
Well, so that's what I'm saying. So when we start looking at people, like I don't care if Elon Musk is a billionaire. Like at the end of the day, you still got to shit the same way I do. So you're no better than me. You got just more money than me. But
does he? He's probably an AI. He's probably the first AI. I'm playing now. I'm just playing.
Listen, anything, I don't put past nothing these days. Anything, whatever out there. I just like people could be saying, looking at me like you're crazy. When I try to explain to my husband certain things that happen, and or premonitions, and like I said, since my grandmother's transition, she's always like comes to me in dreams and stuff. So I wake up either crying or mad or upset. And so when I'm explaining, he's like, I get you, but I don't get like, cause I don't have the same thing you have. So I can't even really get into how you really feel. And I'm like, this is why people go crazy. They go mad because if you're so like in tuned or you have this gift or you're super, special and people don't understand you, you could be looking crazy or mad to somebody because they see things that you don't see. And it's like, no, I'm not saying that's, sometimes people are on drugs and that's why they're like bugging out or whatever, but somebody who doesn't, and that's not on it like that, and you receive these type of visions or having sleep paralysis, and some people be like,
Yeah.
oh, because you just really tired, or maybe you were on drugs and that's why you had that. Like they'll try to ration every.
Just because they don't understand you, it's
Exactly.
like they write you off. You know, you're dismissive kind of thing. Like you're a mad woman or something like this. You get what I'm saying? Like
Right.
that's what I'm saying. It's limitation. It's like. Did you say someone said about thinking outside the box? I could have swore someone said something about thinking outside the box, or maybe it's just me. That you know what I mean? But you know, that's what it is. It's like it's a separation, it's segregation. It's gonna be that. Like, who's gonna get saved? Who can be controlled? Be controlled. Because that's what it's all about. Manipulation. At the end of the day. Do you get what I'm saying? Like everything is manipulation. Everything. There's nothing off the table. Everything is manipulation. If I put it this way, when these natural disasters happen very soon, yeah, it's gonna happen
They
very
did
soon.
happening.
Oh, I've been visioning it from '97. I don't even know the year. I actually know the time. Like I know from then to now, and it's very close. It's coming up. I got cursed. I'm cursed.
Yeah, my
to
mom
see
told me that in
every day
'95.
why I burn both sides of the
Foxy,
candles.
I was gonna ask you, the zodiac signs. What's the characters you've got? Fire.
Oh yeah. Whoa, look at you. Right off the bat.
Yeah.
Yeah, I got a lot of fire in my chart than
Yeah.
anything, and fixed. So I got a lot of Leo placements in my 6th house. So yeah, so I definitely I can get fiery a lot.
Okay. Air sign.
But
There's
yeah.
you've got fire, the air
So
sign, you've got the water sign, you've got the earth sign. Now, if you combine all of those elements together, what do you create?
I would think you're the earth.
Well, if you create the earth with water, and then the water with the fire, and then the fire with the
With the wind.
air, like you
Air.
you put all 4 of them together, what would be the 5th element that they could create?
No, I'm not sure.
Well, someone mentioned about the Dogo tribe and all these tribes. Now, they believe the 5th element was electricity.
It's possible. I mean, if you think about like when we got the turbine windmills, water can, make stir up. If you got like a what is that? Yeah. I can see that.
So if we're made of earth, and we breathe, and we need water, and what's the other one?
Fire.
And then that generates warmth. Then the electricity to do all that pumps the heart. So do we create, or is that part of the spirit, or is that what is given to us? Is that from the sun? Is that the spirit? Is that the holy master of all spirits?
I don't know. One of the pharaohs thought it was.
So Foxy, tell me, like,
yeah,
if you can, you're in tune with these entities in the other side, like this rumor that they have about the star having a twin. Is that something that is real, or never is unheard of?
Well, I haven't heard of that. But I also was made aware that I'm from the star system Pleiades, so which is closely near the Orion star, which lines up with the Giza pyramids in Egypt. So I don't know about all that stuff. I'm still trying to find out about where I'm from. So I don't, I think that if you want to look at it biblically, you breathe the breath of the spirit into you when you're already formed. But and science is trying to show that now, like when you leave, when you expire, how your soul leaves your body, you can actually see that. So I kind of think that they're onto something, because I think it's two different entities. There's this physical body, and then there's this spiritual body that's
Right.
encompassed inside the physical body. Because how else are you able to go to sleep and then travel? That's not your physical body. Oh, so what is that?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah,
Is
I
it
hear
like
that. That's got to be your spirit body, innit? Like in spirit form. You know, like that. Like, you see, even when you say that, yeah, like, I'll be honest with you. Like, I'm a very vivid dreamer, and I'm a strong believer that I'm a strong believer in dimensions. So you got different layers of dimensions. So say, like, for instance, you know when when you're not fully dreaming, but you're kind of half dreaming. What is it called? Then you kind of daydreaming. Is it? Yeah, or not. I don't know if it's lucid, but you know, like when you're daydreaming,
Lucid
but you're
dreaming.
half awake.
Do
Is that
that
lucid?
Yeah, that's what it's called.
Okay,
lucid.
so when you have them kind of dreams, I think that's a different dimension to when you're in the deep sleep.
I believe so too.
You know, like that, because when you're in the deep sleep, that's when you can get them sleeps where it's like you had a dream and you woke up, but you hadn't woke up, you were still in another dream. And you thought you was awake, you thought you was doing things, you thought you was doing, like, you thought everything was normal. And then you woke up again, you said, whoa, that was a trip.
Now, can I ask?
Right.
Yeah, sleep
Can I
paralysis.
ask any of you guys if that? Do you feel like taking certain drugs enhances those type of abilities, or do you feel like
I
that?
believe that's possible. Yeah, I believe that's possible. I think like certain chemicals are going to cause chemical reactions, and obviously when you're with the ones you're talking about, obviously being in reference to drugs, they're going to have chemical reactions with your brain. So now, you know,
Well,
your
saying
brain
that, yeah.
is opened the door that wasn't open before. Is it?
Yeah, like, because they have those mushrooms that you could do that with, and I think it's called ayahuasca. Yeah.
The ayahuasca.
But like for me personally, I don't need that, because like I said, I kind of just do it on, it kind of just comes to me. So I don't really need to be on those things for it to happen. But
you say
I
you
hear
don't
that
need to
because they
be on
talk
those
about
stuff.
things like is it the third eye, when they say people open their third eye, and it's like they say that if you take certain types of drugs, it'll open up your third eye or your pineal gland or whatever it is. But some people can just open it naturally. They don't even need the drugs.
yeah, that's what happened to me. And I'm like, okay, so yeah, I mean, I actually, that sleep paralysis happened to me. I'm not going to even front. That happened to me when I was high on weed, and I came home about 12 o'clock at midnight, and my mom was sleeping on the little couch, and I was sleeping on the longer couch. Well, I kind of like dozed off, but I wasn't completely asleep. And I saw her sleeping, everything. But this kind of black kind of thing held me down, was pinning me down. And like I was up now, and I saw just this black kind of thing hovering over me, and I could see and I could see the TV on and everything, and I'm trying to yell to my mom, and I'm like yelling,
And you
but my mouth,
say nothing.
and I'm like trying to flip myself to fall off the couch, and I'm calling her at the same time, and she was knocked out. She was like, like really hard sleeping, and this thing, I'm sure it didn't last that long, but it felt like a good 10 minutes, but it probably wasn't that long. And then I was able to finally like roll off the couch, and then it either jumped off of me, or I could have been like, yo, maybe I was high, and because I was high, that's what happened. But it freaked me out, and I was scared.
But did you feel like you couldn't breathe at all?
Yes. Same here. That's the
No,
scary.
not for me. I couldn't. It's not that I couldn't breathe. I just couldn't talk.
You couldn't
and I
talk.
couldn't
So
like
when
move.
you could breathe, but when you were saying
Mhm.
the words, nothing was coming out.
No, my mouth was shut,
Your
but
mouth
I'm
was shut.
yelling to my mother, "Mom, mom, mom," and I'm trying to rock myself
Okay.
sideways so I could fall off the couch because it was pressing me down.
See, it's weird because it sounds like Natty's had that kind of a dream. I've had one. I'll be honest, I had one when I probably was about 10, 11, maybe 12 maximum, you know, like that. And similar kind of thing. I was lying in my bed and I've woken up and I thought someone was in the room. And then I've looked and I've tried to say something and I couldn't say anything. It's like,
Mhm.
and I could even like just barely open my mouth, but words weren't coming out. It was like just air, a little bit of air, and
That's it.
there was no substance to my word. And then I did exactly the same thing you did. I kicked out of it and rolled off of the bed and mashed up onto the floor. I was like, "Mom!" And my mom come running in the room like cursing, like, "What the hell are you doing? You all right? What's wrong with you?" kind of thing. And yeah, I never really explained to her what happened at the time because I didn't really understand it. And then years later, I thought, you know what? I thought someone was in the room. I looked around the house when I got up as well. I looked around because I'm thinking, is my cousin here? Is someone
The
playing a
thing
trick
is,
on me?
Shiver,
Is my
do you
mum
know what the
in on it?
wickedest thing is? Before then, no
Yeah.
one had the internet. When I looked on the internet and started seeing people's stories, that's when I knew it was real. Because
Yeah.
I never really spoke too much about in detail. Yeah, I just didn't want to speak about it. But then when I started seeing, like, as soon as you can have like Google and all that and YouTube and people telling, I was like, that's it. What is that black thing? And then people saying it's a woman, and I'm like, look, all I know is I could just see nothing but black, and I'm telling you, it's black, and I can't do nothing.
Yeah,
Nothing.
that's
I
what I'm
felt
saying.
it was. I
Now,
felt
if
it
I'm
was.
saying it,
It's been
you're
from the
saying it,
90s.
and
I'm not
somebody
gonna
else
lie.
is saying it, we're not
Yeah,
playing at
That's
it.
when it happened to me in the 90s,
like
and
in
that's
the
crazy that
90s.
you. Yeah,
Mm,
I was 15. I was 15, 16. I don't know. It happened to me like 95, and it never happened again.
yeah.
But I felt like it was like
90,
a man.
99,
And
98, 99 for me it was. And then what it was, I had an operation on my wrist. I ain't gonna go into it long. They had to break my wrist again. And what it was is the first time I had been put asleep at the hospital. And they said, "Oh yeah, you died when we stayed. You actually went for a few minutes, but you're okay because you're here." I remember me and my mother look at each other like, "Really?" Like you just skip past it like it's okay. I'm like, "Oh okay," because I woke up in the rest, whatever you call it, room, whatever you call it,
how old
wherever
were
they.
you?
I was 15, 16 at least. I was 15. I was
Wow.
definitely no, I was definitely 14. It was before 98. It was 97. And
Well, how old are you
no,
now?
no, it was 98, definitely. Um, oh, I'm 21, but we're gonna skip that fast as well. Um, yeah, no, 39. So
I'm
here's the thing.
46. I'll be 46 in July. So that's why I'm trying to
So
calculate
so
if you're
here's the
not too
thing
far
now.
behind.
When I woke up, I didn't dream. As a kid, I can remember dreams from when I was like before I was even a teenager, from like early, like 5, 6. I can still remember them now, like it was last night. Definitely. Paralysis, what they call paralysis to me. I've got people, I'm just listening to everyone speak now. And I'm just like, well, if any of my family or associates were around, they know I've been talking about this from then. Like, I'm that madman. Okay, cool. Do you know what I mean? I'm all right with it. Because again, it's my reality. It happens frequent. And I'll be real, at times, a lot of times I'm scared to be on my own. Because I'm like, shit, if I this thing takes me, no one's gonna know. They're just gonna probably see my body there. There's like, oh, he died peaceful. Like, no, I don't know where the fuck I'm going. Like, I don't know. I don't know. But I've
But
grown stronger and
it's funny
wiser,
how
and
it's
I've,
funny how someone mentioned about alcohol underneath influences, because if you can use that as an escape of losing, what's the word, losing control. I mean, I'd rather be how I am in a dream rather than force force it and have and like you're saying, almost dying, because that's how it feels
Yeah,
like. It feels like
been taken
if
away.
yeah,
But I'm gonna be honest to you, and as I know I said it earlier, when I say rebuke in the name of Jesus, it goes. And sometimes, one or two times, it's like it wasn't no longer a threat to me. I've
or if
even
you're
cursed
waking
like,
up, could it be something trying to take over you,
nah,
like take your place, like say, well, look,
nah. I've not
here's a
always
vessel.
woken up.
That's a
I've
good
not always woke.
question.
I've not always woken up. And that's what made me realize that there's something greater. And even I'll be honest, there's times that I've actually just said, I've given up.
What, a dream
No,
that you've not
you see,
woken up in?
a dream
Oh,
is
right.
like, in that situation, I know when I'm in a dream. I'm
Yeah.
saying, I've said it earlier, yeah, that basically, yeah, a lot, not all, but a lot of my dreams, I know when I'm in a dream or not. I know I can manipulate. If I stay in this dream, I can. When I was younger, I couldn't fly in my dreams. I could lift, but I can fly in my dreams. It was like, okay, this
Yeah.
guy's crazy. Yeah, it's in your dream, keep dreaming. Yeah, cool. But what if the dream is the real world?
Mm. It's
Just saying
definitely
like
an
that. Man.
alternate. It's definitely another dimension for sure.
Yeah, that's what you get. What I'm saying. So it's like
Mhm.
I'd let it take me in a way. Like I'm not in control no more. Like I was surrendered to, not bow down or pray to it. Just like. Do you know what I mean? And even call in the name of Jesus.
Hey,
And I just
Shifa,
remember
Shifa.
waking up one time afterwards, not straight after, but afterwards, like I was all right. You feel me?
Yeah, yeah. Hey, Shifa, you there? Shifa?
Mr. Palu.
Yeah, what up, Shifa? You there? Shifa.
Nah, I think he's not there at the moment, man.
Where's Shifa at? Oh,
Cool.
Shifa just left? Okay, never mind. I
How
want
you
to see
And
if
doing?
it's
that's why
something
I'm,
real quick.
and that's why I'm so bang on that everyone is kind of like just tap into their own existence, like this to yourself. Like you remember once have we spoken about the soul. We talk about the spirit realm and this and that, but who made the soul? Like the soul is real.
Mm-hmm.
Do you get what I mean? The soul is. You can picture like entity is this loud mouth, and then you've got this quiet one over there. He does do nothing, but it always says and does the right thing at the right time. You know what I mean? Like, think of it. Some people are just more in tune than others.
So would you like to know that there's a spirit world where you can go freely,
I know there is.
but whereas we could say that you're not limited, what's the point of having a
Well,
vessel?
and then this is kind of leads
What
to
yeah, that's it.
when I
Sorry.
asked.
What is the beauty, yeah, of us being able to be like this rather than being in our dreams, like being able to fly, etc. What's the beauty of this and not having that also as well?
Well, look, when I asked Foxy, is he Foxy? Yeah. When I asked, like, why do you
Mm-hmm.
think Metatron Metatron allowed you to see. There's so many levels to it where it's like, okay, if I say I know there is another, and I know for sure, I don't believe, I know there's another place where it's a peace, but I have to go through, and I feel compelled to. I feel compelled because of these. When I enter these places, and I've held no shame. You lot can gun me down. You could look my name up and everything can come after me. Frigate. I will take it to my grave in the name of Jesus. Don't believe in the Bible 100%. I'm being for real to you, but I'll take that to my grave or to wherever you burn me up, wherever. Like, in the name of Jesus, I don't feel I'm allowed to go to that place that I know exists only through that name. It's like I had to surrender. Are you with me? I don't know if that answers it. I can't answer that fully, but that's the best I can explain it. It's definitely real. There has to be something real. So I have a talk
No,
with a friend.
not the realness. Not the realness. I'm saying, what is the fulfillment of us being in flesh or in this vessel was the fulfillment,
It's like a prison.
rather than being like a invincible spirit, say for instance.
Well, if you look, this is what I'm saying, referring to certain things in the Bible, because it's been manipulated, but there's some truth in it, and it's probably like I look at the Bible as an idea, as like a guideline. It's like an idea, someone's idea. Do you know what I mean? Like someone just said, "Yeah, have it," like basically help you guide through, like, you know, oh, Eve, she was speaking to a snake. I don't really think it was really a snake. I just think it maybe was like a figure of like, you know, this snaky person or something. I don't know. But I do believe there was a first sin that has something to do with it. Like basically eating the fruit from the tree and wisdom. I don't know. Do you know what I mean? Now we want to know everything.
Can I answer?
Yeah. Sorry.
Because I kind of get what he's asking is like, well, what would be the fulfillment of being a human if we were this spirit or soul that could just go through, you know, be invincible? And I think that the spirit or the soul, however you look at it, is more in control and powerful than the human vessel. And
because
so
the spirit and the soul don't belong to you.
Right. And so therefore they want to experience, or we're supposed to, in the human flesh, not right the wrongs, but we're like the worker bee, while the spirit is laying dormant because it's already been doing what it needed to do, and it's incarnating in us. So we have
it needed not to do much because it already knew. It already knew what was going to take place and what wasn't going to take place. So it's kind of like the human form was supposed to be the paradise. It was supposed to be limitless, but because of certain things and disobedience, it just said, "Listen, you know what it is? What's going to happen is now the only way you're going to get to that place is through the spirit that doesn't belong to you, is so you're gonna have to go through that experience in death and things like this. You know what I mean? You know, everyone's got their own. I don't have the answers, but everything's all kind of intertwined. Do you know what I mean? Like, what is the purpose of it? Well, it's kind of like saying, what's the purpose of going through a human experience? That's all it is. It's a journey and appreciation. A lot of us, let's just look around you. We focus more on the negative things than the things that we do have. You know what I mean? We don't give gratitude to what we do have.
Let's look at this. Well, okay. I'm not saying you to look at it. I'm just saying as a way to start the conversation. So let's look at it as a big energy ball that everything else is reliant upon. So even the nights that we rely, everything else is relied upon. You know, let's say past ones now that have now joined to become part of the air, or joined to become part of. And then let's say that because we now in this realm, we use these things on a day-to-day basis. This is a form of what's the word, of half interaction. So if I'm at the sea and, you know, people who've passed away have become part of a spirit where they can blend or use that water as a soothing thing for us and cleanse it and appreciate it because it's needed, then, you know, it's kind of like meeting halfway.
Meeting halfway with what?
Because the spiritual world are providing for us without us, well, knowingly, we're not knowing that they're providing for us until we become them to be able to come back through that type of veil.
Yeah,
energy
remember,
ball.
if I said to you this energy ball with this planet we even live on, that they call planet, like this very thing is alive. What would you think of me if I said that this planet, what we walk on, is alive?
It is alive.
I believe you.
It's alive. It's electric.
Some people look at me and think you're nuts because they can't seem to fathom. Like, look, we're limited. Like, if this planet is alive and everything is being governed by that energy, yeah, it seems to me that this whole universe is in a black hole. We could, the sky, very dark sky that we are covered in, it could be one big black hole. Like we just be all these galaxies are just in a one big black hole. They're like, yeah, there's a black hole in the center of the galaxy. Yeah, that's cool. That's all right. But I feel the universe could be in a black hole. You know what I
but
mean?
in
Like
nature, but one thing I know in nature, nothing is wasted. Everything gets recycled. So if I get recycled into something useful, then that's my part, because I've got to make way for somebody else. I might be able to come back again. I might
Hello,
come back.
everybody.
I might come
Hello,
back. I might come
Hey.
back as a
hello.
treat.
Can y'all hear me?
Yes, Pelly.
yeah, I
Yes,
can hear
Pelly.
you, man.
Oh yeah. Mr. Stanley in the chat saying I'm interested to see what Mr. Pelu got to say. Right. What I want to say is when Shifa comes up, I don't know where Shifa's at. I want the Shifa stop spamming my whole Discord server. I have a section called YouTube Universe. Put your promotion on YouTube Universe. Don't gotta spam the entire thing because we got serious news and everything being done. So that's what I'm thinking. So when Shifa comes back, tell him he don't gotta spam the whole thing. There's a place he can promote his stuff. He don't gotta spam the whole server. That's what I'm thinking.
Oh, cool, Mr. Pelly. How you doing there, man? You good?
Yeah, I'm doing good. It's summertime in DC. Well, I'm gonna show you my city. Wait, let me turn the camera the other way. Hold on, wait. Camera facing opposite. Okay, wait. Okay, boom.
Oh, nice one.
There's DC. In the summertime. This is 14th and U Street, DC. So if you ever come to DC, yeah, that's where my stop. This is my stomping grounds.
Mm.
That's it. But yeah, that's why I wanted to come to Shifa. You don't gotta spam those shit. But how's everybody dreaming? So you see, everybody say you having lucid dreams in the REM sleep. In the REM sleep, y'all having lucid dreams.
Yeah, when you wake up and you can't move.
I never had that. You can't move. Like what? Is it because you stressed out or you tired or like I understand if you stressed out, like you tired or something.
I thought you questioned that, Mr. Pelly.
Yeah, if you stressed out, you can't get up. Yeah, I be
He's one
stressed
of
out.
them.
I be stressed out. I be
No,
not want to
I
get up
heard that.
either. Yeah.
Yeah, I heard that. That's what they say. They say when someone's stressed out and run down, they get that. Yeah, all right.
Yeah. Me too. I understand.
I
I be
think
getting
that
it
could
too.
be true too. Yeah, I believe that's got
Yeah,
something
but
to
if
do
you're
with it.
12 years old, if you're a kid and you're having that type of dream, I mean, kids can have anxiety, but that's a bit much to have some kind of sleep paralysis often as a kid.
You'd be surprised. You know, kids can be depressed.
No, that's what I'm saying. I'm not going to take it away that they wouldn't have anxiety or stress, but that's not common. You don't really hear kids really talk about that. And if they could, they probably don't want to say anything to an adult because they'll probably believe they don't think they believe me. But
they don't want to say nothing to anyone. Because then it's just like someone say, hey, I just saw an alien. They're like, you're crazy. No one wants that. Or, you know, peer pressure and so many things in this society is designed to put you down just because we don't understand you. So if you've got locks, you're crazy. Like you do this and you're nasty or something like that. That's how it was once upon a time, apparently in the 70s, things like this. Like, you know, it's just how we look at it. It's just we design.
So what did Mr.
Mr.
Pele, did you have experiences, Mr. Pele?
Do I have experience with dreams?
Or just what we were talking about?
I mean, I never had no like. I mean, I've had like dreams that are like very vivid. Like I've had dreams that have been so vivid. I got up and like, wow, I got up because it was so vivid. I had vivid dreams. Yeah, I had vivid dreams. I don't know if it's. I don't know if I ever left my body. I can't tell you I felt like I left my body. I can't tell you that much. No, but I've had vivid dreams. Like, but I know the dream. Like, but maybe I know it's a dream. Like I never thought like, oh, I'm having a dream and that's the real world. You know what I'm saying? Don't get me wrong. When you have the dream, like for example, there's a lot of times when I'm running in my dream and then my feet actually move and I wake up, my feet is moving like I'm running, right? And then I start moving my feet. You know what I'm saying? I start moving my legs and I wake up and I'm moving my legs. You know, but so like things like that happen. You know, but it's not
so
like
would you say then that that's your soul or your spirit moving for you? Because that's what we're trying to like figure out. Like, you believe that your spirit or your soul is in control of your body?
I think it's your brain. Like if you have a dream in your brain, and the dream is so vivid that you really think you're running, right? You think you're running in the dream, and your body starts moving. Yeah, because I don't think it's anything
Involuntary reflex.
supernatural. Yeah. I don't think it's anything supernatural. Yeah, I think it's a reflex because your mind, because when you're dreaming, you're inside your mind. You're in your REM. I don't know what REM means. I know it's something called REM. Some I don't know the whole meaning of it or whatever. But once you're in
Rapid
that
eye
deep state,
movement.
no, not rapid eye movement. It's a type of sleep. It's not rapid eye movement. I know what you're talking about. It's not rapid eye movement. It's type of sleep when you get into the deepest level of sleep. Whatever the deepest level of sleep is, right? It's called REM, right? I don't. It's not rapid eye
Hmm.
movement though. But
I've heard of
but
that. I heard of
yeah.
it. Yeah.
When you get into your REM sleep, it's psychological. So you get them deep dreams. It's just like I mean, I don't know if it's not supernatural. I just think it's like I just think your mind, your mind sometimes it cross wires and you forget you're dreaming sometimes and you start really running and your legs
You
start
can
really
make it.
moving.
You
You
can make it real. Like you could be crying in your dream, and then you wake up, you got tears in your eyes, kind of thing.
yeah, exactly, yeah. Something like that can happen. Yeah, because I've had that before. I've had it a couple times where I'm running in my dream for something, and all of a sudden I'm moving my legs, and all of a sudden I wake up like, damn, I'm running, and like, oh, I'm dreaming.
Hmm.
Yeah, but I don't know. But see, look, to me, look, okay. Have you dreamt? To me, most dreams, like for you to dream about something, you kind of have to someone have a notion of the experience to have it because dream is like your imagination. It's like your imagination running wild. So it's like that's where all your creativity comes in. You know what I'm saying? So you can make an entire world in your dream, like so, but do I think my soul is leaving my body? No, I can't say I think my soul is leaving my body. I never had an out of body experience. If that's the case, not to my knowledge. I mean, I can't
Mhm,
remember. I don't remember
mhm.
it. If I had it, I don't remember.
So
Hey,
people
has
they
anybody
say
ever
that
sleepwalked? Has anybody ever sleepwalked? Has anybody ever sleep? I'm sorry for interrupting. I just want to say, have anybody ever sleepwalked?
yeah, me.
For real? How was it? How was sleepwalking? Okay, is your eyes open when you sleepwalk?
I was a kid when that used to happen. I don't sleepwalk anymore. That used to happen a lot when I was a kid.
Oh, it used to happen a lot when you was a kid. So okay. What do you? So do you have any memories of it? Like, or like, were you able to see? Like, you open your eyes?
Um, I honestly don't remember because I was really young, but I would be, my mom would have to put me back into my bed because I'd leave my bed and go into the living room where she was at. So I don't remember if my eyes were open or not. And if they were, they probably weren't open all the way. But it's crazy because, well, I don't want to use that word crazy, but it's weird that my two of my kids they had that same kind of issue, if you will, that they would sleepwalk, and their eyes, my daughter's eyes, were not open.
So is that kind of like saying, correct me,
Oh,
yeah?
okay,
I mean,
okay.
it's not
I'm
not.
sorry. Wait. I just want to interrupt. Quick. Yeah, you're right. It was rapid eye movement. Okay, REM is rapid eye movement sleep. Okay, I didn't know because I just kept hearing something about REM sleep, but I didn't know your eyes actually. So your eyes actually have rapid eye when you're rolling back or something. I don't know. Anyway, yeah. But anyway, whoever said rapid eye, you're right. You're right. It is. I'm sorry, Foxy. It is rapid eye. I just googled it.
Yeah, and that just means like while you're doing that type of dreaming, your eyes are moving like as if you're open, like your eyelids would be open. So when you look at somebody when they're sleeping and you see their eyes moving back and forth with their eyelids closed, they're looking as if their eyelids were open. And so they're so far in a deep sleep, which is what you said, so they're unconsciously conscious and moving around. But, if we want to get scientific, that's what it is. It's the neurons and all that brain activity that keeps us moving around. But I also
Hmm.
believe in the soul as well, in the spirit, and science as are trying to see how that happens when somebody dies, how quickly they've actually did a study where they saw they weren't able to capture what the soul looks like when it leaves, but they noticed that the body was a few kilograms or pounds lighter when the soul left the person's body.
Yeah, I've heard of that. I heard of that. I've
Yeah.
also heard like that we were like puppets there. We got like we kind of soul to something. Is that true? Would you say that's true? I'm not asking you to, you know.
Well, I would think that. I think that's what happens when we go into a dream state, that we still have, if you will, like the silver kind
Hey,
of
hey, hey,
cord
hold on,
that.
real quick. I have a guest who wants to talk about Black Power. Who wants to talk about Black Power? People
What?
Black Power, sir.
One moment. Okay. So basically, Black Power is 666. It's a beast. It's a beast to them because we are their enemy. We are stronger than them. You hear that? That's black men. That's black men behind me. In the nation's capital. In the nation's capital.
666 is your neurons.
Yeah, Black Power.
Around here. We're doing voodoo around here. We're doing black magic around here. We're praising God around here. We're two-stepping down here. We're supporting black banks down here.
Yep.
We're buying homes down here. Hey, we're getting loans down here.
Okay, that's the word from the street. The word from the street.
Okay.
Yeah, 666 is not evil.
Right.
That's what we're made up of.
Right.
Some people want to have the shock value of being spooky, and I'm like, if y'all really know what you tapping into, you might be on demon time. I don't walk with that. I walk with the light. But I know what demon time is because I can tap into that frequency, and I choose not to. You got to be careful about what you allow around you and what you allow when you do kind of have those out of body experiences, because you could let yourself be exposed and bring something back inside of you.
Hey, so let me ask you this. So was the last experience you seen, would you consider that a demon experience or out of body? Is he having an out of body experience?
No, I don't find any of my experiences evil, if you will. I think they've been positive so far. So.
No. I said the experience you just seen, the one you just seen, right? I just showed you a guy, right?
Oh, is that a friend of yours?
No, he's not a friend of mine. Some guy in the street, all right, random guy in the street.
His eyes looked a little out there, so he could be under the influence. And when you're under the influence, that's why when you drink, it's called spirits. It's not called spirits for nothing, because you're invoking and you're bringing something into your body. So if you're on drugs, you could be, allowing stuff to
y'all
get
able to
into
hear
your
him? Were y'all able to hear him? Okay. Yeah, let's make sure y'all able to hear him.
If anybody else has input about it, but I just think that he might have been under the influence, and so.
That's if it is spirits drinks that he's drinking.
Yeah.
Hold on, he wants to come back. He wants to talk again. He wants to come back. Hold on.
Peace to the nation of gods, goddesses, suns, moons, earth warriors, quasars, polars, Cesars, Nazars, phasars, gamma rays, radio waves, black matter waves, black matter matters.
There we go. Word from the street.
Yeah, he ain't coming from a harmful place, man. He ain't speaking it. He ain't speaking from a harmful place.
No, he could be very well much an angel walking in disguise. I don't know.
Word from the street. Streets of DC. Streets of DC.
It's like New York City. There's all kinds of stuff walking around here that's embodied in human flesh. So.
Hey, you live in New York, Foxy?
Yeah, I'm in New York City.
Oh, okay. Wait, in Harlem or Brooklyn?
Neither.
Bronx?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I know the Bronx shit. I used to be out there sometimes.
What's that? Was that Uptown?
Where?
Yeah, Uptown.
Yeah, Uptown. This is Uptown DC. I'm Uptown DC. This is the Uptown part of DC where I'm at right now.
Oh, okay.
This part's called Uptown. Yeah, but Bronx called Uptown too. Yeah, and Harlem too.
I listen to Big Pun,
Harlem
man.
too is called. Isn't Harlem also called? Yeah, isn't Harlem also Uptown? Harlem and Bronx is both Uptown, right?
Right.
Okay.
Yeah.
Uptown. Okay.
Yeah, Uptown. So yeah, there's entities walking around like that too, and
it's okay.
It's okay, but I will say, in the name of Jesus or something like that to just keep me covered, because I I don't want to tap into none of that stuff. Like, I'm still kind of scared about those kind of things. That's why, yeah, and people will be like, oh, if you do tarot cards, that's witchcraft, that's evil. And I'm like, well, first of all, it probably could if you're trying to tap into that type of energy, but I'm not. If I saw Metatron, I don't think that I didn't get any bad feelings from him. Same thing with Shango. I didn't get that. So my intuition would tell me if it was, something that's there to harm.
Let me ask you a question. So you have had experience with Shango before? You've had experience with Shango?
Just one time.
Yeah.
Just one time? You had experience with Shango?
Mm-hmm.
And what did Shango tell you?
He didn't tell me
He just stole the
anything.
words from my mouth. Yeah, literally 5 seconds faster than me.
Yeah, he didn't say anything. He sat up on top of his throne, on a throne, and he just looked at me to let me know to acknowledge him.
Shango wanted you to acknowledge him? Okay.
Yeah.
That's interesting. Only because the funny thing, the reason I asked you that because like my great grandfather, he was from Oyo. He was from Oyo. I mean, they weren't from Oyo directly. I mean, because he still had the strikes. He was from Sierra Leone, right? But he like his people came from Oyo, and he had them strikes in his face, and he came from the same like tribe as Shango did. Supposedly, Shango did. So that's why my great grandfather he came from he was from these people were Oyo people. Even though he was born in Sierra Leone. His grandparents came Oyo, and then he's had 3 strikes on both sides of his face. He's had 3 strikes, like he's had 3 marks.
What did Metatron like? What, did he have anything to say to you, or what was the experience like?
No, they both just they don't speak the way we talk, like how we're speaking right now. Everything is like through the eyes. So when they say your eyes are the windows to the soul, believe it.
Yeah, for sure.
And
but they didn't say anything really. It was they wanted me to acknowledge their presence, so then I can say, oh, you are real in my eyes. Now I can't convince anybody else that they're real, because that message wasn't for them. It was for me to know that they are real and present. And to let me know that those are my guides, that they're here, I guess, for whatever, protection or to just learn. And when I started doing my family tree, my family on my mom's side, her mother's family is from Manchester in Jamaica, and that's Cockpit County. And Cockpit County is where
Manchester,
the Maroons. Right, the Maroons went up there, and the Maroons were from Sierra Leone. So if Shango,
no. As a matter of fact, hey, I'm gonna tell you the truth, right? Guess what? My neighborhood in Sierra Leone is called Maroon Town. Where my dad from is Maroon Town. It's Maroon Town. My ancestors were the Maroons that came back from Jamaica to Sierra Leone. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah,
we are. Yeah. But the Maroons we're from is we're particularly from the Maroons from a place called Trelawney. Trelawney, in Jamaica. Yeah. That's where. Yeah. But all over Jamaica they had the Maroons.
Ain't that next to Clarendon?
Huh?
No. Yeah, I think so. I don't know. I haven't been to Jamaica. I'm just saying, because look, when we moved to Sierra Leone, it was like I'm talking about in the late 1700s, like early 1800s, late 1700s. It was like 200 years ago. It wasn't anytime recent. Yeah.
Clarendon, isn't it?
Yeah,
Clarendon's not far from Manchester.
Yeah, you're right.
Clarendon's not far from Jamaica. It's not far from Manchester. Yeah.
Because
wait,
the
can you say that
from...
again, or at one time, because I can't hear. It's too much. What did you say?
Hey, all. He's asking you about the place in Jamaica, like Clarendon and Manchester and all the places.
Oh, yeah, no, I said Clarendon is not far from Manchester.
Yeah? Okay.
Yeah, he's not far from there, Christiana.
So
Trelawney.
where's Trelawney? Where's Trelawney?
That's country as well. That's not far from Clarendon. I'm kind of getting my bearings on.
So do you have family there too, or?
Oh yeah, man. Oh yeah, I got family all over there, from Spanish Town Kingston, all the way to Cutman Pen, to Alaba Bay, all the way over to Negril, all the way to Montego, and go round next door to St. Anne's. Yeah, man, I got a lot of family out there.
My great grandmother was from Orca Cabeza, and her husband was from Manchester.
Yeah,
And
yeah,
so
Manchester's
one of their
yeah.
families, his wife, her father was from Devon, UK. What is it, Axminster or Axminster?
Okay.
Devon.
You see, Mandeville is a big Mandeville is a big place, man. Well, it's Manchester, innit? But Mandeville is what they call it more.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, Mandeville. Yeah.
It's big. Yeah, it is big. But those people that were the Maroons, they're from Africa. So
That's
yes,
right.
some of us did come from Africa, and some of us actually were here already, like and traveling back and forth.
Yeah. So my family is the proper Arawak on one side of my family, so they're from Clarendon.
Yeah, all my family is from Arawak. We're the Taino.
Yeah, my mother's side is Taino, and that now I think that's on my dad's side, but my mother's side is the other not Taino. No, my mom said
Arawaks were first, and then the Taino.
Taino, yeah. So really dark, long hair down to the ground, yeah.
Yeah. Oh well, my biological father, his family, I don't know who it was, but I believe his mother was from Cuba. So so I'm basically from the Caribbean. So, and then I guess going back to like where my great grandfather, Manchester, and then going to Africa. So that's why Shango probably presented himself, because he's letting me know that's my lineage.
And you'll find like Clarendon more.
You were breaking up.
All right, hey, well, anyway, while he's breaking up, so is that the only Orisha that you've seen? Was Shango? That's the only Orisha that you've seen?
That's the only one I saw, yes. And some guy, a complete stranger, told me that he sees Oya in me.
Oh, okay, he sees Oya in you. Okay.
Then I was like, okay, and Oya was one of Shango's wives. So
yeah.
It kind of all makes sense. But yeah, he was the only one that I saw. And that doesn't necessarily mean that's my head Ori. That he could just be letting me know. I honestly don't, because he didn't say anything. He just looked at me and was like, he looked at me like a father figure. Like, when a father looks at you stern and he doesn't have to say anything. You just look at him, or your mother looks at you and she gives you that look. Like, don't play with me, kid. That kind of look. And so he looked at me that way, like, not don't play with me, but like a stern look. So yeah, he gave me like a father look. And to let me know that he was like, do you, like, looking at me like, do you see me? Like, you see me, right? Kind of look. And I was like, okay, I'm just staring at him in shock, like, oh shit. This is Shango, like, oh shit.
I mean, you don't gotta be shocked. They're like humans. They're jinn. They're like people. Some jinn are good. Some jinn are bad.
Yeah, correct.
Some jinn are evil. Some jinn are like Muslim, and some jinn are like evil, and some jinn are Kafir. It depends. So some jinn are good, but I don't know if Shango's good. Now I haven't met Shango. He never came talk to me before.
No, he's about that business. He's about war.
He never talked to me yet.
Sexual energy and stuff. Well, listen, I didn't ask for him to come again. So that's what I'm saying. Like, people will do like rituals to bring these type of deities or, spirits and angels and stuff. I don't call on anybody. So for Shango and Metatron to appear to me was what was mind blowing. It bugged me out because I didn't invoke them.
What's Metatron? Where's Metatron from? What culture is that from?
Metatron is Enoch. So I guess he would be in Africa too, because if he's part of the Abraham and all that stuff, those tribes.
So you say Enoch came to you?
Well, Metatron.
But Megatron. I don't know who's Metatron. I'm trying to find out who Metatron is. So Metatron. So Metatron is another Jinn that came.
Metatron is an archangel, and
The Archangel. The Archangel came to you.
he's one of the archangels, yes, and he's like kind of like a not a gatekeeper, but he holds time. He's more mathematical. And so when I started seeing shapes and signs and symbols before I saw him. And then one day I was doing meditation, and that's when he appeared to me. So he's like in a higher dimension than just like the fourth and fifth. He's definitely up there. And so I didn't ask to see him I honestly didn't know who I didn't know that you know what I'm saying? Like I didn't know what a Metatron was until just before that. And again, I didn't ask to see him or bring him in. I was just doing my meditation like normal, and he presented himself.
So when you meditate, do you meditate on something like how do you meditate? Like you just meditate for mental clarity, or you meditate for what? Like you meditate like tell me your meditation rituals, or not
Well,
ritual, whatever you call it, whatever you call your
yeah,
meditation protocols.
my meditation is just to keep bring clarity in my day, keep me calm. Kind of like a prayer, but basically just to kind of clear out either if it's nervousness or anger or just to have peace. So I'll do a meditation for that.
All right, there, but hey, I'll see y'all later. I'm busy right now. I gotta leave. All right, then. See you.
Okay, I'm gonna go too. Thank you, Shifa. Peace to the chat. Thank you. Bye.